just want you to sit in your chair and go, hip hip hooray, for the Western press and the Western narrative. Regurgitating the same old, every single day, without question. Please watch the first series, the first 2 episodes, the second series. Look at that.
Absolutely fascinating. And it was the first time the Beatles had really stopped being semi-professional almost.
Good evening, everyone. It's second night we're doing this, and I found a couple of things, that I mentioned last night. So I'll be reading them out, especially the first thing that was ever written about Liverpool, and I'll be reading that out. The very first thing written about Liverpool. So I'll be reading that out by a fellow named Thomas Leyland. He was an antiquarian librarian to Henry VIII because Henry sent him around the country, getting information and taking relics and certain things, back to Henry's place, the court of Henry. And that's what he was doing, like manuscripts and things. And anyway, came to Liverpool, first time he's ever travelled to Liverpool, didn't know anything about it. And then he has a look around. He stays in a little, it was the very first grammar school in the Northwest. And that's where he stayed. I used to actually teach there, a few years ago. Not sure on the time he was here, though. I would be Asian, wouldn't I? So anyway, Anthony's with me. We'll be going through it. I'll read it out later on. Let's see what he's been saying. We enter the final throes, says the boss, of established idiocracy. I listen to local students, third generation of the global population, that they have never known a world not dominated by the USA core, controlled or sponsored media. Well, they've always controlled the media, because who controls the media is you've only got to look at Murdoch, for example, and see what he is, and the rest of the media who own the media. And I'm talking newspapers, I'm talking magazines, I'm talking TV, I'm talking films. You've only got to look at the producers and directors of films, who they are. And you've got the boss again, who will discuss our history of literature or question the status quo after our generation leaves this planet. So, best wishes, love your channel. Thank you, boss. Funny enough, Anthony and I were discussing something similar. And it's... we'll discuss it anyway. We'll discuss it when I bring Anthony on. And he carries on by saying, by the way, I am informed that Marie Superheads from Montenegro, currently via Netherlands VPN, was commenting on what she was. Oh, she managed to post coherently, has a good mind and a true. Yeah, she was good. She was actually good when she was commenting, by the way. And she lives in the Netherlands now. You know. TW, even if Frank and Anthony, I hope both keeping warm during this cold weather. No, I'm fucking freezing. T. Hit the likes and subscribe on your way in, please. See, the T. Thank you, T. And Polo. Hi, Frank from Dovecot. Dovecot and out now. God blimey, Dovecot. And he says, where was that grammar school location? Funny enough, I'll tell you in a moment, because I was out shopping. No, I was out shopping with Francine. And she said, Dad, if I take you shopping, I've got to go and pick Sophia up from school. Do you mind? I said, no, I'll go with you. So anyway, went shopping, picked Sophia up from school, Crosby. And on our way down, we were passing it. And I said, slow down, Francine. I said, you see that little building there? She said, yeah. I said, that was the very first grammar school in the northwest of England. I said, and it was built in the early 1500s. And I used to teach there. And she said, Grandad, you're not that. I said, no. I said, I used to teach there, a few years ago. But she got the joke. She said, I was only kidding, Grandad. I said, I know you were. So where it is, if you know Walton, it's St. Mary's Church, and it's on the ground. It's next to a pub. I forget the pub's name, though. I really forget the pub's name. It's up by Bedford Road there. It's up by Bedford Road. Well, it's facing there. I forget the name of the pub. I'm sorry about that. But that's where it is, St. Mary's, on the grounds of St. Mary's. I was actually filmed there as well for LFC TV, because they wanted to interview me. And I was talking about when I was in Rome. 77. So they interviewed me there about me mates. I said, it's an ambition of yours. I said, it certainly is, to see the Colosseum. And he went, oh, what kind of a club's that? I said, it's not a club. He said, it's not a club. He said, we want to go to a club. I said, it's an ancient monument. Fuck the ancient monument. We want to go to a strip club. That's what he said. Me mates. Great memories. That's what I was talking about. Couldn't swear, though. It's the Hawthorne pub. I don't think. No, that's Hawthorne. That's Bootel, isn't it? Oh, I forget the name of it. I'm sorry. Anyway, we're going to bring, we will find out for you, Polo, where it was, St. Mary's Church in Walton. And it was the church, actually, was the first church around 1060. No. Oh, was it 1060? No, 960. 960 it was built. The church. How about that? Hey. Janet. Good evening, girl. Evening, Janet. And there's Anthony Standing in the Shadows. Good title for the song, that, isn't it? There he is. There, aren't he?
Which one? Was it the Black Bull?
No, that's for Zachary Way.
Yeah. Yeah. That seems to have been there forever. That's why I dropped that in. Yeah. It wasn't 1500 when you and I were lads.
No. Going to grammar school. Oh, what's the name? It's on Walton Road. It's the church. St. Mary's Church. Oh, blimey, I forget the name of the pub, though.
Yeah.
Right next door to it is.
Yeah.
Where the pub's there. And the grammar school's there. And you've got the grounds of St. Mary's. You've got the grounds of St. Mary's. And it's on the grounds of St. Mary's. And just outside, it's this big pub. Is it called the Black something? It could be called, it's not the Black Bull.
No.
It could be called something black anyway. But I just forget it.
Someone will prompt us.
And Jeanette says, which side of the flyover? There's no flyover there. There's no flyover there, Jeanette. The Black Horse, yeah. The Black Horse. And the Black Horse is the polo and my old mate, Paul Baker. Because Paul Baker's always dragging Cat up there. His lovely little wife. Oh. She killed me, won't she? But anyway, yeah, that's it, the Black Horse. It's right next door to that. And it's red brick, by the way. It's red brick. And as I was, I'm going to read out something. It took me ages to find it, and my arm was killing me, absolutely, because I don't like using my left arm, and I had to take another painkiller. But you don't call them painkillers now, you know. Do you know that? It's pain relief or something like that. It's not politically correct. You know, painkillers.
Yeah. Someone's rewriting that script as well, see.
Fucking stupid. But anyway, I'm going to read this out. And it's by John Leland. When he arrived in Liverpool. And I'll tell you what else I found as well. And I was telling you about this, and I said, I've lost things. I've lost things. Yeah, let's just say hello to these. Owen Lee. Evening, Frank and Anthony, and chat. Hope everyone is well. Thank you, Owen.
Evening, Owen. Yeah, we're good. Hope you are too.
And little Lynn. Evening, Frank and Anthony. Happy New Year to you both and all the chatters. Isn't that lovely?
Thank you, Lynn. And the same to you. Hope you're well.
And this is, as I said, this is from John Leland, the antiquary, the very first thing ever written about Liverpool, and it's in 1538. 1538 it was. And it says, Liverpool, alias Leopold, is a paved town. Now, people don't realise that Liverpool was the very first paved town. And I tried to get it, but I go back to 1301. That's what I can go back to. Because ordinary streets around, you know, they were never paved. Now, when they built the castle, there was lots of stone left over. So they started to lay it out, you know, by the buildings. and it became paved. So Liverpool was the very first paved town in the country. There is a small custom paid that causes resort of merchants. There has but a chapel, Walton, that's St Mary's, right? What I was talking about.
Yeah.
Walton, 4 miles off, not far from the sea, is Parish Church, which is St Mary Del Keys, which is, there's got a St Mary Del Keys in the castle. But when the parishioners wanting to go to the church in the castle, the sheriff said, "No, you're not coming in here. You're going to build your own fucking church somewhere else, because this is only for dignitaries." So they went and they built a church called St Mary Del Keys. Now, don't forget that the church inside the castle was called St Mary Del Keys, but that was the key to unlock the new borough. So the St Mary Del Keys, that the ordinary people who built the church, the keys there was the keys of the Mersey. See what I mean?
Yes.
So that was St Mary Del Keys, two different keys. Keys to the borough and keys to the Mersey. The king has a castlet there. Now, this wasn't big as Carnarvon or Windsor, it was smaller than that, so they called it a castlet. And the Earl of Derby has a stone house there. Now, that's the Earl of Derby. He was jealous because he wanted to take possession of the castle, but he couldn't because someone else was there. So he decided to build a tower, the tower building.
Yeah.
So we built that. And it's a stone house. Now, I'll go on about the stones, by the way. So he has a stone house there. Irish merchants come much thither as for a good haven. Meaning, it is a good haven. This fella's looking at this. Because it wasn't set up for him. And he's seen, boats coming in and being unloaded. So it's a good haven.
Yeah.
Good merchandise at Leopold, and much Irish yarn that Manchester men do buy there. So they were coming in for the yarn, to set up cotton mills. And you're talking 1538 here.
Yeah.
And that's it. That's the first thing ever written about Liverpool.
But in that, he's covered so much history, hasn't he? In that
yeah, absolutely, yeah. Yeah, and there's a very important points. And besides the churches, there's two churches. Well, there's three churches. There's one in Walton, which was the parish church, by the way. Did you know that? Albeit it didn't belong to Liverpool, it was Walton. And, if anyone died or getting married or whatever, back in that day,
yeah,
they couldn't be buried at St. Nick's. They had to be buried or get married up in St. Mary's, Walton.
Wow. Wow.
Good, eh?
Yeah, it's good. I didn't know that. I mean, that's where I was born, Walton, Vale and stuff, but I did not know that. Yeah. Brilliant.
I mean the flyover which goes towards Bootle. Oh, that one, yeah. Yeah, I see. Well, anyway, it's not on the Bootle side. Put it that way. Amby, good evening, Frank and Anthony and chatters. Says the little Amby.
Good evening, Amby. Thank you.
What about Prescott? Jeanette, I do Liverpool. I do Liverpool. I suppose you know more about Prescott than I do. It's the way it is. And St. Mary's is Prescott Parish Church. Great. Fucking hell. Back to literature. What about Liverpool and Merseyside? Right, so we've covered them. Jimmy McGovern's a friend of ours, and Bleasdale, and but we've covered them. How about me, Anthony?
We have, and still pop up every so often. We're proud of them. There's a phenomenal group.
Janet has only joined us, and she, how long have we been going? You see what I mean?
1502.
We knew Shakespeare.
He was the clever one in your class.
I said, there's this fella up in Scotland named Macbeth, you want to write about him. And there's another fella in Denmark. And I think Donald Trump is trying to take over Greenland, which they own. Why don't you do something about him? And he went, yeah, all right.
Life is an evolving tapestry.
And Janet says, the first built part of St. Mary's was a Catholic church until the 16th century. Yeah, well, that was the Reformation, wasn't it? They were all Catholic churches. Until Henry came about and divorced himself from Rome and decided to be head of the church, hence the Church of England.
Yeah. Could have been called Henry Trump, couldn't he?
Yeah. And he dies a Catholic, Did you know that?
Yeah, I did, yeah. Just
and every other king after him died Catholics. Because they didn't want to be excommunicated from Rome because they thought, we won't go to heaven. So they became Catholic. I want to be buried a Catholic. Can I come into the church again? Yeah, you're all right then. Crazy, isn't it?
Yes, yeah.
Crazy, Mr. Fulton.
Hypocrisy. The cost of hundreds of thousands of lives.
Yeah. Terrible. People don't realise that, People don't realise it.
That was the first absolute hate campaign, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Against Catholic.
Yeah. Ethnic cleansing.
Yes.
Ethnic cleansing it was.
Yeah.
And Polo's got a good. All the royals, landowners always stayed Catholic. Not all of them. Not all of them, I'm afraid, Polo. But you had the likes of the Norfolks. Now, historically, from the Queen we knew, because she lasted, 850,000 fucking years. Queen Elizabeth II. Everything that she signed, it's had to be countersigned, and it applies today to Charles III by the Norfolks. And people don't realise that, because they're the true owners from Henry VII, who should be on the throne today. And why aren't they on the throne, Anthony?
I could guess at greed and corruption, even way back then.
Shall I tell you what it is?
Yes, please.
And you'll go, oh, yeah, they are, aren't they? The Catholic.
There you go. Wow.
And no Catholic shall hold high office. Can't be a prime minister. It can't be a chancellor of the exchequer. Did you know that?
No.
So the likes of the. Do you ever remember Charles before he married Diana? He was knocking about with what was her name? Princess of Luxembourg.
Yeah.
And you had what's his name? Bob, not Bob Paisley, but Paisley. You know the Reverend Ian Paisley.
Yes.
And he was screaming and shouting that it's blasphemous that if he married her because she's a Catholic. Blasphemy! Blasphemy! That's what he was shouting. You'd actually hear him fucking shouting it. Blasphemy! So anyway, no Catholic can hold high office. So that's where it stems back from Henry VII.
Oh.
Because he divorced himself from Rome. And the head of the Church of England is the royals. But not all, Polo, honestly, mate. They're not all. Oh, what's his fucking name? I've been to his estate. I was filming about the gunpowder plot. And this fella, he's a funny fucking fella. I'm not saying what I thought he was. Lord, barely is it? Fucking barely. And we were on his grounds filming. And he took his ancestors, the Burleys, stole the lands off Catholics because the Catholics were being persecuted.
Yeah.
And all the land, they had to give up the land. They were being heavily fined. They were being heavily fined if they didn't turn. So anyway, they were running out of money. And unfortunately, the likes of, the Robert Cecil, as we all know,
Yes.
he started to give the land to his cronies. And one of them was that Burley's family. And as I said, we was on his land filming about the gunpowder plot. And funny fucking man, him.
Ironic.
You know the way you go. The vibes. Oh, that's all I'll say. And I was younger then. Hello, my dear boy. I was going, oh, hello. You're all right then, mate. What? Would you like a cup of tea? No, you're all right, mate. Rather have a bottle of grouse with me, mate, Anthony Brown. Trying to be tough and talk like, yeah, you're all right. A funny fucking fella, then. Anyway, Callum, Frank, off topic for a second. That Enrique has announced he will leave PSG in the summer. Yeah, but what I've been told, and this is Callum, I've been told that Sluice is going to be sacked at the end of the week, and Steven Gerrard is going to become interim manager until Enrique comes. And it's not a rumour, by the way. And Janet says, there was a wonderful writer from Knowsley called Colin Vermicombe, who wrote Wonderful Life.
Life. Yeah. Yeah, in the 80s, yeah, early 90s, yeah. Well, Colin, he died quite young. Yeah. Tremendous singer, wonderful voice.
Was he? Yeah, good singer as well.
Yeah.
Didn't know that. Do you know what I found with Janet saying that? You know, and you saying that he was a writer, you know, and Janet saying he was a writer. Do you know what I found? Show you what I found. I couldn't believe it. I was talking to you ages ago about it, and I said, I've lost it, Anthony. You know my manuscript?
Yes.
About the Titanic.
Wow, yes. Oh, brilliant.
And I've got it there.
Oh,
But
fantastic.
there are some parts missing. So I have to carry on writing, you know, from where I can't find the other parts. I don't know where they are, like, I'm not fucking looking again. So how about that?
That's a sign. We've got to bring that in. If not tonight, certainly next week.
Yeah, absolutely. Because remember last night was one of the Italian girls said,
Yeah.
it's a sign. Remember, and you've got to go. And that was Florence, wasn't it?
Yeah, and that was for us paying homage to beautiful Florence. Oh, that's brilliant, Frank.
Yeah. So, see, people don't realise that I have written plays. Do they? They don't realise.
Oh,
And Polo says, now you have to be a member of the faith. No, I don't. A mate of mine is, a former colleague. He said, do you want to come to a meeting with me? I said, where is it? Where are you going? He said, the Fabian Society. I said, no, thanks. No, thanks. I gave a couple of talks up at the up at where is it? Hope Street. You know the Freemasons thing.
yeah.
A lunchtime talk twice, and I've actually got a picture. Show you it. I'll show you the picture. Oh, fuck off! Why does it do that? I have to put these glasses on. I fucking hate wearing these reading glasses. Sorry, I'm swearing. Right. I'll show you this picture. There I am. And I gave talks up at the thing. And my last talk, that's up at the, you know, the Freemasons thing.
Yeah.
He said, yeah, it's on the throne. So I had my photograph taken. Can you see it?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
It's Frank there, look. And he said, will you become a member? I said, no. I said, no. He said, it'll be good for you. I said, no. I said, no. Who's that?
That is our hero, John Keats.
Absolutely, Keats.
That was taken from a life mask.
Yeah, on his death.
That an artist friend created.
So fucking sad about it.
Yeah. They did a wonderful thing, which I can't find any footage of. It might be out there, but you might have to go through the university. And it was Oxford University on the, I think, the anniversary, the 200th, maybe
Yeah.
150th anniversary of his passing. They did a reenactment in the museum that you describe on the Spanish Steps. They filmed like an AI version of
Didn't
Keith.
he? I've never seen that.
No, well, it's out there somewhere.
Is it?
Yeah,
Can you try and find it and send it to me?
yeah. I've found information about it, and I will send you that. But I've not
Excellent.
seen the footage. But I've seen stills from it, and they brought the museum, pulled together the this country's leading experts. So you had fashion people, and they even got a voice expert to say he would have sounded like this. And so the thing was to put him in virtual space, put him back together again, a la Mary Shelley, and recite his last poem, which was Bright Star, which he composed or finished there in Italy, in Rome. And they did it. They got the clothes, they got everything together. So using that life mask, they got his mannerisms, his movements,
That's
and
fantastic, though.
his
I'd love
accents.
to see that.
I would, me too, Frank. I'd dearly love to see that. Yeah, yeah.
And knowing you find it.
Yeah,
Knowing you.
yeah.
Lee says the Blundell family from near Crosby stayed Catholic and suffered from, as you described. Yes, because all Catholics were persecuted. They had a group of people, and I compared them, I'll tell you in a moment, to going around to Catholics, persecuting them. And they used to go into these homes, especially stately homes, and stole everything, and they couldn't do anything. They couldn't do anything, even like when they were harvesting the food and everything else on the farms. They just stole all the produce. It was shocking what they were going through. The Catholics. It was a purge after the Reformation. It was a purge, and it was ethnic cleansing. And people don't talk about it. Historians, it's very rare that you find out about these things. It's very rare. But I talk about it.
Yeah.
Someone asked me, "Oh, do you know where I got an email, Anthony?" And some lady's writing her autobiography. I forget her name. She's got a funny name. It's like Polish. And do you know what she said? Will you? Can I mention you in my autobiography? And I went, and she sent a picture.
Yeah.
And I gave a talk, and it was about art actually. Anthony, you've got to see it. You've got to see it. When you come over, I'll show you the email.
Brilliant.
Because she writes a big long email, you know.
Yeah.
And a picture of me where I'm giving the talk, and there's all art around. She's an artist.
Wow.
She's an artist. I wish you were fucking here. I could show you it. Unless Jason, we can get hold of Jason, he can send you the done.
That'd be great. No, yeah, fantastic.
Because
well
you see
done.
paintings behind me. I'm on a podium, a stage, and there's all paintings. Between you, I forget. Honestly, I forget it. Because I've given that many talks.
Yeah.
I got hold of that fella, you know. You know, who sent me, he says, will you do the thing?
Oh, yes. Yeah.
I said to him, I said, listen, I said, I'm not being funny. I gave him a price. He said, yeah. So anyway, I said, listen, I said, the caveat is, I said, it's January. I said, look at the weather that we've got now. I said, and I'm telling you now, if it's raining, I will not go in the rain. If it's snowing, there's no way I'll be able to go in the rain, the snow either.
Yeah.
And he got back to, I thought he was going to tell me off. But these are lawyers.
Yeah.
And he got back to me and he said, Frank, thank you. Can we do it in warmer weather then? I said, absolutely.
Fantastic. Oh, no.
Warmer weather. I said, that'll do me. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's nice, isn't it?
That's brilliant. That's fantastic. Yeah. Very common. Yeah.
But I thought, you know, like giving him the price, I thought he would have just said, oh, no, you know, that's too much. But he didn't. Because I give him a price. And I mean a price, if you know what I mean. Thought he would
That's right.
I really thought he would have said no. But anyway, Owen, listen, Owen, I'll tell you what I'll do with you. I'll tell you what I'll do with you, mate. Anthony and myself. I'll talk about, and this includes Shakespeare, by the way. I'll talk about the ethnic cleansing in this country and the purge. But it wasn't only the purge of Catholics, you know. It was the rise of someone else as well, another religion. And the purge was towards them as well, which had terrible ramifications later on in history that you don't hear about. It's like propaganda. Propaganda, everything is sweet and nice and everything else and rosy. It's fucking not. And, you know, this is all kept, you know, below the surface what was going on. So I promise you now, right now, that Anthony and myself will talk about the purge and the ramifications that went on later. So let me know if you want it, Owen. Let me know. And
I want
as well.
That would be great.
And Jeanette says, this is about the lad. He dies after a car accident in Western Ireland. You know, the singer you mentioned on...
Alan Verticue, yeah, he did. In the early 90s, wasn't it? Yeah.
And Callum says, seen that? Yeah, it's happening, Callum. It's happening. Believe you me, it's happening. He's talking about Enrique coming here and Stephen Gerrard taking the interim job. Got to. We'll just go backwards. And Jeanette said, I'd love to see that, Frank.
That's the
page. About the Titanic, you mean? Blundell Sands. Yeah, Blundell Sands. What Nicholas, what he was what you call a land pirate. And people don't realise that there were land pirates. And he was one. And what he used to do you know, I've got to say something about last night. Remember Stephen Mulholland said, was that the castle? You know, the castle was talking about the castle.
Yeah.
Yeah, was that the one over built before New Brighton? And I'm awfully sorry. I misunderstood what he said, really. You know what I'm saying? A castle. And what it was, Anthony, because I look back on it, and you said, and I never heard you, and you said, yeah, it's the fort, and it's Fort Perch Rock, isn't it?
Yes.
And Fort Perch Rock was built in 1828. So the castle was built in 1234, you know, for our friends.
I thought it was, but I couldn't offer it because I didn't.
No, no, I just hope Stephen's listening in now. You know, if he isn't, you know, we'll correct it again.
Yeah.
And do you know why it was built only for Perch Rock?
Well, I originally thought there might have been a connection between that and the lighthouse, but no, I'm not.
No, it was built for two things, and one of them concerned Nicholas Blundell, right? And the other thing, I'll tell you about Nicholas Blundell in a moment. You know, the lamp pirate.
Yeah.
And it was also built in case of a French invasion or a Spanish invasion,
Oh.
because there was still trouble, you know, with the French especially. If you know what I mean, you know, the Napoleon, they said, we don't trust this fella, and we don't trust any other leaders and all this, you know.
Yeah.
So they built that. But why Nicholas Blundell? Nicholas Blundell used to come over from Liverpool, sail over the Mersey, you know, go across the Mersey when he knew a ship was coming in. And him and his little crew used to, you know, sit on the rocks. Because those ships came in, especially in the dark, because ships always tried to use the daylight.
Yeah.
But sometimes, you know, the darkness.
Yeah.
So they used to go over there, light the lamps and go like that. So they used to follow where the lights are, you know, safety lights. And unfortunately, they used to crash on the rocks. And they used to claim the bounty. Nicholas Blundell.
What a trump.
That was a lamp pirate. That's what. And when he, you know, made enough money, excuse me, when he made enough money, he bought land up in Crosby, and he named it after himself, Blundell Sands. And his grandson, what he did, he wasn't, you know, he got accused of being a slaver, and he wasn't. All this that fella did, he was importing, going over to America and importing tobacco. He was a tobacco man. And he accumulated money. And do you know what he built? And we love this place, you and I. Do you know what he built?
I do love it. I do know it because you told me, but I'm not going to say nothing. It's been part of centre of Liverpool.
Yes. Many years. For hundreds of years. And it's the Blue Coat Chambers. Incredible building. Beautiful. And do you know what, Anthony? Do you know around 1860, you know, in the 1860s, do you know what they wanted to do? And this is a fantastic thing, by the way, really fantastic, but wrong, you know what I mean, wrong place. It's just like anything else. They wanted to build, you're not going to believe it, Liverpool this is. They wanted to build, you know, like a hover rail. A hover rail.
Yeah.
Right. You know, like what you see in Japan.
Okay, yeah.
They wanted to build a hover rail that gets to Manchester within, I think it was 15 minutes. And you're talking the 1860s. You're talking the 1860s. But do you know where the station was going to be? The Blue Coat Chambers. So that was about to come down.
Just, I can't get my head around that logic. It's like we talked last night about Queen Victoria's Monument and Castle. It's like city is fairly big, put your statue wherever you want, but not there. Well, now we go, oh, okay. Well, we'll knock that down and knock that down just in case, and knock that
Yes.
down. And then it doesn't happen.
No. You see, we can talk about a variety of things. And as I said, we could do one on the page. That's history, though. That is history on the page here. But also it has its ramifications later on. From it went on 100 years. The page. It never just like it was a few weeks or a few months. It went on for the fucking 100 years, and it's still going on today. Especially with if you're born Catholic and you became an MP. I tell you, I don't like this fella, by the way. To me, he's a war criminal. However, when he became Prime Minister, he was about to convert to Catholicism because of his wife and his children are Catholics as well. And that was Tony Blair. And he said, no, you can't convert, because he was about to become Prime Minister after the death of John Smith.
Yes.
So as soon as he finished being Prime Minister, he converted to Catholicism. Tony Blair. Did you know that, Anthony?
No, didn't know that, Frank. No.
Well, you know now, mate. See how bad it is?
Yes, yeah. And it like you said, it's hidden under the surface.
Oh, yeah.
You don't know about it until you come up against it.
It's like everything else, Anthony. What I've discussed with you. You're writing about the Titanic. Yes. I found my manuscript because I was talking to Anthony months ago, wasn't it? Months ago.
It was, yeah.
And I said, I've lost everything on it. I've lost it. And Anthony looking for that bloody thing. The first thing written about Liverpool. There it is, I couldn't believe it. I'm not giving you the title either. But if you ever want me to read it out Monday on here, I will do.
I would love you to read it out. And I'm sure our chat family would love to hear it.
It's incredible. It really is. You see, people, look, being funny, I found these old cuttings as well. I was actually voted in the top 100 Merseysiders. Hang on, where am I? See the top 100?
Yep.
Mersey top 100.
Yep, lift yourself up. And there you go.
Look.
Great photo.
And I don't know who that person is, but he was being voted as well. And there's my play that I put on, which was really and it was to commemorate the beginning of the First World War. Powerful reminder of war's tragic toll. And there is the late Jake Abraham. He was going to star in it. and another great actor, John May. John May. And there's where it is. Tales from Liverpool in World War One. And I got poor little names where it says there. Hang on. Echoes of the First World War, which will run for 6 days in March, is the brainchild of historian Frank Carlyle, lock, stock, and barrel. Jake Abrams, used to star in it. Frank will guide visitors through the depths of the Lime Street Arf in the city during the 1914-18 war. Thing is, it was very successful, and I had this sound engineer, and I said to him, I said, do me a favour. I said, get the right decibels for the shells, and so he said, okay. And he researched the decibels, of these shells coming over, because it was non-stop. So anyway, the first time I went in, and I was leading these people, because I brought in poets, the likes of Wilfred Owen, Siegfried Sassoon. So I was reciting their poetry. And then we had the trenches and the actors in the trenches. And it was really good, It was frightening, and it was really bad. But when I first heard the decibels coming in, okay, now it frightened me. Bang, And it even shocked the people. And I'll never ever forget, on 2 different occasions coming out, 2 old gentlemen, one in a wheelchair and this other fella on another day. They said, thank you so much. That brought back what my granddad went through. And he wouldn't talk about it. Now, that was one fella. The other fella said more or less the same. He thanked me, shook my hand, and he said, my granddad went through that. He said, and he would hardly talk about it, me as a young lad.
Yeah.
He said, and I went through the Second World War. It shows you, doesn't it?
It does, and the term is used for a lot of things now, but not as powerful as that, and it's immersive. You're immersed in what it would have been like.
Yeah.
I can imagine it would have been petrifying for certain people for the noises to come out of the blue,
I'll try and find something in this, Anthony. It's a cracking thing. And it's Tommy Goes to War. And I should have had a look before. I'll just give you some idea, Anthony, of a Christmas dinner for the officers and for the ordinary soldier in the trenches. You ready?
Yeah.
This is for the menu. Tomato soup. This is Christmas dinner. Tomato soup, curried prawns, roast turkey and sausage roast and mashed potatoes, Christmas pudding or mince pies, and Devonshire cream. And with the mince pies goes rum butter. And Scotch woodcock on toast, cheese and caviar. That was after the dinner.
Oh my God.
And for apples, oranges, tangerines, almonds, and raisins, nuts, candied fruit, and chocolate. Coffee, Veuve Chiche, which is a red wine, whiskey, rum, port, liquor brandy, 1891, and rum punch. Have a guess what the soldiers got?
Nothing like that.
They got crackers and cheese and tea and a Christmas pudding. That was it. Crackers and cheese. Incredible.
Yeah.
But there was something in here, Anthony, which is, it was horrendous. And these lads were writing home, and everything was confiscated. It never got home. I'll try and find it a bit later. If not, I'll get it on because it might take me too long to find it. And it was horrendous. It was horrendous. Yeah, there's something there. That was before they got out the trench. Those lads.
Yeah.
Fucking hell. Not showing that.
And that's the realities.
Yes, it was the realities. I've got to show you. It's a horrendous picture. It's fucking horrendous. Oh, I'll get back to that. Just bear with me.
Yeah.
Please. Bear with me. Now, there's a poem written about this particular fella. Right? A poem. I got fucking right. Can you see him? He's just shot the terrible price. He's just sitting in his trench.
Yes.
And the Germans, they were high up. Their trenches, and they were looking down. And he was just shot, a young lad. Sitting there, having a break. Horrendous. Oh. But I just want to try and get a picture. It even says, into battle, the most horrible invention that war was ever known. I was going over the top. Do you know? I just don't think I'll be able to find it. Sorry about this. Yeah, I want to show you this picture. And this is the Liverpool Pals. And you see the general and his adjutant, the colonel, right? You see the way they spread out?
Yeah.
Right? And they all had the full packs on. Full packs. Heavy. And they all had to stand to attention while he came up, rode up on his horse. And he said, up to now, this regiment hasn't made a name for itself. But tomorrow, you shall make a name for yourself. If you're slightly wounded, make your own way back to base. Do not take up valuable ambulance service space. If you're heavily wounded, make your way to a shell hole and die. That was the fucking pep talk they got. And that was on the eve of the 1st of July, the first battle of Ypres, when 60,000 troops were casualties in the first 2 hours. The whole, except for a few little stragglers of the Liverpool pals, was wiped out.
And that was the Somme.
That was the Somme, Battle of the Somme, Ypres.
Even the sound of that name shivers.
What you say?
Even the sound of that name gives you the shivers.
It does. It does. Irene Evans, even in Frank and Anthony. Hey, Riley.
Good evening, Irene.
I wish you'd listened to me, Janet. I mentioned who the purge was against. I'm not telling you. Because you should have been listening to me. Not going through it again. Sorry. I'd love it, says Owen Lee. All right, I'll do that. Me and Anthony will do that. The page. Colin Vercombe. That's the lads, isn't it? She was, Janet was going on about who was killed in
Yes.
West of Ireland.
He
Hi,
was
Frank and Anthony and everyone. Like and subscribe, says Christopher.
Yeah, Colin's band was called Black, and their big hit, I think, went to the top of the charts, was Wonderful Life. Recorded here in Liverpool.
And Janet. Anthony, what about him? God, blimey, she's like, why don't you put it in a block? Janet, put it in a block. You know, like other people. Yeah. Anthony, what about Ian McNabb and Ian Brody?
Yeah, Ian Brody's still going, still performing, still brilliant. Ian McNabb was the Icicle Works. His drummer then and now, and his name has just slipped, is regarded as one of the greatest drummers ever to come from Liverpool.
Better than Ringo. Someone else shouting
saying worse, or
what's did John say?
Oh, when the interviewer said to him, "Oh, John, I believe Ringo is regarded as the greatest drummer in the world," and John said, "Fuck off, he's not even the greatest drummer in the band."
Fuck off, he's not even the greatest drummer in the band.
And because Paul is a good drummer, John
Yeah.
is kind of, because you have to get your ideas across, and this is how it goes. Paul was an exceptional drummer, and on his first solo album,
Yeah. Our lovely Belly. Buonasera, Franco and Antonio, and all you chatters.
hey Bella,
She's lovely. Two smoking barrels, yeah, Janet. Yeah. Lock, stock, and two smoking barrels was Jake in. Is it expensive to put a play on? Do you need backers? Yeah, Polo. Do you want to back me? I've got
you
my
need to
place.
see it. Yeah, I mean the problem is, Paul, is that the venues for theatre, drama, and music are dwindling fast.
Yeah, it cost me a few bob to put Echoes of the First World War on. And yet but I was interviewed by newspapers, television, and everything. I thought they might throw a few bob, and they didn't.
No, no.
And I had me backer for a reflection of Dickens that was to go on. I had the backer, I had everything. The tickets were being. Shall I show you my poster?
If you've got it, brilliant. I was
Forget
just
it.
about to drop in the venue.
It's hanging up. It's hanging up, so I'll go and get it.
Go get
Right.
it. Yeah.
I won't be a second, honest. Well,
All right, Frank.
by the time I hobble there, like, I'll be a minute, Anthony.
Yeah.
Jason's not home, is he? He could have given us a break.
And this, ladies and gents, was the greatest play for Liverpool that never was, but should have been. Frank will explain now.
So you've got it hanging up. Oh. What I'm going to do, I'm just going to take it off a minute so I've got a bigger screen.
Yeah.
So I can show it. Is that okay, Anthony? It won't be a minute.
Yeah.
No, I'll take my old mate, Jeff. Good evening, gents. Good evening, Jeff.
Good evening, Jeff.
I won't be a minute, Anthony. This is my poster. See? Written by Francis D. Carlyle and directed by J.K. Abrams. The remarkable story of John Kirk, Liverpool's first recipient of the Victoria Cross. And that big building was the workhouse he was born in and died in. Charles Dickens is in it. He narrates it. Charles Dickens narrates. Charles Dickens narrates. Did you see that then?
I saw it. Fantastic. Poster was fantastic. And just to explain to our family who don't know the site, the workhouse was on the site what is now the Catholic Cathedral, right?
Yeah.
And the poster is wonderful. You said it was. That's the first time I've seen it, and that was one
First
by
time you've seen it,
first time I've seen the poster. And we talked about the play often, but yeah, that's the first time I've seen it. Yeah,
yeah, I got it there, mate of mine. Everything was set, and then all that phoniness, which should never have been about COVID and the lockdowns, because we have spoken about that before, haven't we? It was to control the people. So the actor came up with an idea. Let's get an idea to lock everyone down. Let's see if we've got the power to lock everyone down throughout the globe. And that was the COVID.
yeah,
And they did it. And it came out in a year later. They didn't need to lock down.
yeah.
There was no need for it at all.
No.
And that ruined my thing. That was going on the 28th of June. The tickets were all there. There was lots of interest, and I mean thousands, not just like a few hundred, but there was thousands of interest in wanting the tickets.
Yeah.
So
And
it
it
would have gone on for a couple of weeks.
to be shown in the very room where Dickens performed.
Absolutely. And that was brilliant. Because on the stage it would have been black, just black. When the curtain goes up,
Yeah,
and then it would have gone all dark. Then all of a sudden, in the corner, which will be on the left-hand corner as you're looking to the stage, the spotlight would have gone pink, and who was there was Charles Dickens. Good evening, my good friends, ladies and gentlemen. And that was that. My play. I've got the scripts here. Got the scripts here.
yeah.
Only yeah. Show you.
So possibly read out the introduction, Frank. How the show would start.
Okay, hang on. There's one script here. The rest are in a big folder. Right, and it says here. Oh. Can you see that?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And it's got here a reflection of Dickens. Cast: Charles Dickens, Mr. Turnbull, Mrs. Breakspeare, Mrs. Sweeting, Colour Sergeant Solbranch, Colour Sergeant, Soldier, Soldier Branch, Soldier Hoskins, Doctor 1, Doctor 2, Officer, and then Soldier Strong, Soldier Collie, Man, and John Kirk. That was the cast. So there was the Colour Sergeant. I had a great fella, not mentioning his name. And you've seen Zulu, haven't you? I think everybody's seen Zulu.
Yeah.
And Nigel Green, he was the Colour Sergeant, wasn't he?
Yeah. Yeah.
Hopkins, I know I've seen you. And he was just standing there, ticking them off, isn't he?
Yeah.
And I got this fella. And I based the Colour Sergeant on him.
Yeah.
I based him on him. Nigel Green's character of the Colour Sergeant. And I had this fella lined up to play him. I said, will you play him? He said, yes. because he read the script, and he says one a great thing. He said, "This if this goes on, when this goes on and it's finished, this'll become a series on television." That's what he said to me. And scene one is Dickens. Let me introduce myself. I'm Charles Dickens, and you may well be familiar with my writings. Therefore, the stories of the characters that you may have read are mostly based on real life people to give the storylines authenticity. However, this particular story you are about to hear is a possibility you haven't heard before. It is a story of inspiration, devotion, and of courage. It is a story about a young boy's survival in atrocious and often brutal workhouse conditions. It is a story of outstanding gallantry when he became a young man. Finally, it is a story that greatly inspired me to write one of the country's favourite novels. And it all started here in the country's biggest workhouse, Liverpool's Brownlow Hill, with desperate bangings on the workhouse door by a distressed young woman in need of a little compassion and help of urgent medical attention. And that's how he opens it. Then you hear the banging and the girl. And
Wow.
how does that sound?
That sounds. I'm engrossed in listening to it, but it sounds like it would have been the bleakness you hear in it, and that little glimmer of hope
Yes,
you mentioned. This little boy survived that, and
it's all
he
about
went
hope.
on. Yeah,
It's all about hope, and that's the point. It's the point of, as he said there, the brutality of the workhouse.
yeah,
Remember when we spoke about Oliver Twist?
yeah,
Now, there was no education whatsoever in workhouses. None. And yet, so that he could sell a story, he had to make Oliver Twist uh, come from, his birth came from a middle class person, because middle class people were born with brains, and that's what they had taught back in the day.
yeah.
If you come
No,
from a
I
middle
know.
class family, you're already up a few steps up the ladder in
Yeah,
education. And in Oliver Twist, as you know, he spoke with a fine Queen's English accent and a wide range vocabulary. And when you read the book properly, that's what he speaks like. And he had a little friend in the workhouse that he was growing up in Northern Workhouse, don't forget, Northern. And he was known as Little Dick, Little Dick. And he had this accent. And it was brilliant the way Dickens put it over, where you going? Tut, 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 like that. Can't pronounce the S's or whatever.
yeah.
Know what I mean?
Just
So it's things
amazing.
like that. And
Yeah,
it's all, Oliver Twist is hope, isn't it? All about hope. And
it is hope. Yeah, and it opened up the doors for so many people when there were not books, anything written about the poverty and the, the causes for them to be in a workhouse. No one wanted to touch that. Don't
No.
mention that. Don't write. And he did it. And then our very own heroine, you know, the Brontes, and they picked up on that, and they did their glorious, wonderful work in the same field.
Yeah, of course they
Given
did, especially with Jane Eyre and Wuthering Heights.
yes, yeah,
Jeanette to be made up was they're mentioning them. And
yeah.
Janet says, has anyone visited the Royal Yacht Britannia in Leith? The menus are there. No, we haven't. This
No,
comes out with some whoppers, doesn't it?
it's not on our list to do.
Yeah, it's not on our list to do. Actually says, just popped in to say hello. Crackers and cheese. I'm craving a pickled onion to go with me mum. To go with me. Me mum was a scouse.
Oh, can't go wrong with pickled onions. As long as they're not sending you over the front line, you'd be fine with that, actually.
Yeah, yeah. I'm sorry, I'll have to go down. Eddie Walsh. Frank, I sent you a message asking the names of the liver birds. I was asked by my nephew and I. When? When? I don't go on Facebook, Ed. Do you know what? For 50 years I was calling him Tommy. I used to see him every day, any time I seen him, whether it was in town or anywhere. All right, Tommy. All right, Frank, how are you, mate? I'm okay. In the pub. All right, Tommy. How are you? I'm all right, anywhere. And I was in Sainsbury's with our Francine. She brought me shopping. And there he is in there with Teresa, his wife. I know his wife well. And I went, hiya, Teresa. Give her a little hug, a little kiss on the cheek. And she said, hiya, Fran, how are you? I said, I'm good, thank you. And I went, Tommy, how are you? Shook his hand. And Teresa was just standing there, with a smile on her face. And Francine said, Dad, his name's Eddie. I looked and I went, anyway, having all that. So we, outside, we're getting off. And we're getting up to the car and put the stuff in the car. And there's Eddie and Teresa, right? And he shouted, oh, see you again, Frank. She said, it's great to see you, Fran. Teresa, his lovely wife. And I went, Teresa, it was great to see you. Tommy, I'll see you again, mate. And that Francine looked at me with such contempt, and she went, what are you like? I said, what do you mean? She said, his name is Eddie. I went, oh, I wasn't going to shout it. I'll say it again. 50 years.
That's friendship, that you didn't get a black eye. That's.
But there was another fella by the name of Mick Belcher, and I called him Joe for fucking years as well. Years, until one day I was in Bowl Street, and I went, all right, Joe. He says, all right, Fran. And he went to ask him as well. He said, by the way, he said, my name's Mick, And I went, all right, Joe, yeah. And his name's Mick. But, the likes of Eddie, he wouldn't say nothing, and he just carried on. It must have been like that trigger out of, Only Fools and Horses. And, Father said to him in the pub, all right, Tommy, have a bit of that bang. And getting off, Tommy, I'll see you again, till our mate, till our Fran, bang, I've gone. And his mates must have gone there. What's he fucking calling you Tommy for? He must have gone there. He's always called me Tommy. Great, isn't it?
That's got to be in a Bleasdale play then. It possibly is.
And the lovely Bella. Franco, the pictures of war that you have just shown is heartbreaking. Yes.
Yes.
I had the Covenants of Death. And I used to have it, my lectures and that. I used to show them. And it was horrible. It was horrible, the pictures. And anyway, I went down to the Athenaeum one day, and I said, "Can I bring my students?" And he said, "Yes, sure." And I had the Covenants of Death, and I said, "Where's your librarian?" Because they were looking around, and he said, "Over there." And there was this old fella, and I said, "Can I present you with a book?" And he went, "Yes, sure." So anyway, he looked, I said, "You won't get this anywhere. You will not get it because it was published by the Daily Mirror in 1923. 1923, called the Covenant of Death. It was black. It was black with red, Covenants of Death in red. And I said, "Here." And he opens it and he was fucking shocked. I said, "Do you want it?" He said, "Yes, please, thank you. That'll go in the library." Right, okay. I had to get rid of it. It was fucking horrible, Anthony. And if you think, what I've just shown you there, because that particular book that I was telling you about, they were fellas just writing home. And unfortunately, everything was confiscated on them. So what they used to do, they used to write like little journals, and they kept them until the end of the war. Then this fella found them and published them. And they're heartbreaking. There was one fella, I was trying to look for it there before. I will get it and I'll mention it again. But what I'll do, I'll paraphrase some of it. And he said, I was looking over the parapet and I see movement. And he said, he's wounded. This is him talking to himself. This is him writing. He said, he's wounded. The movement is still there. He said, so I got out of the trench and crawled up to him. And as I crawled up to him and got near him, he wasn't moving. It was the rats that were on top of it, all over him. He said, and it frightened me. And I crawled back. And it affected me badly. This is what it's all about, reading these things.
Yeah.
And actually says, Frank, our kingdom is due something massive, unfortunately. Yes. Yes, it is actually. Charles II put the ravens in the tower. The third might let them have their freedom. Just a thought. So you see the way history is.
Yeah.
You see the way it is. You see how literature, you've only got to look at Wilfred Owen.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know that Wilfred Owen wrote poems and they were banned. Go on.
I was just going to say on the immediate emotive strike with Wilford's work is, as you just described, those journals. He's writing about what he saw, the experience of war, the truth.
And why, again, this is what I do every Friday, write the truth, speak the truth about what's going on in the world. And when you get the BS of Western narrative and the lies that come out, the propaganda, because that's what propaganda is. It's lies, it's misinformation and disinformation that people read, and they look at the TV. And I was listening to that. It was only a snippet. I don't watch the BBC at all, and albeit I pay for the bloody license. But anyway, that's by the by. And I was listening to that Koonsberg because the people I watch, they said, "Yeah, have a look at this." And Koonsberg said about Trump, about Putin. She said he invaded Ukraine, yet you and the rest of Europe condemned him for doing it. Condemned him, saying he was a war criminal and whatever. She said, are you, this talking to Starmer, are you going to say the same about Trump and what he's done? He's invaded a sovereign country and, well, she said captured. It's kidnapped. But she said captured him, Maduro, the president of a sovereign country, and his wife, and brought them to New York. Have you got it? And he said, well, do you know what he fucking said? Which sickened me. Do you know what he said, Anthony?
No.
He said, I've got to see the full picture of what happened. Have you ever fucking known the likes? That's what he said.
Shithouse.
That's what he said, Anthony.
Condemn me? Or you?
Oh, he won't condemn, no, because it's fucking America. They can do whatever they fucking want, them. And, the Western press and the fucking, especially Europe, are saying, we're afraid Putin, they're going to invade all the countries, all of our Europe, they're going to it. Fuck off. He doesn't want to invade Europe. What for? And he only went to save the people of the Donbass and the other Oblast Russian-speaking people who were being fucking slaughtered by Kiev. That's what he went. And he was asking for 8 years for the West to stop the genocide that was going on in these oblasts. And they wouldn't do a fucking thing. So we went in to save them, and that's all he's doing now. And yet, he's gone into a country based on fucking propaganda and lies. And he was blowing up fishermen. Remember? A month or so ago, blowing them up to say they were fishermen. And he was saying that they were fucking bringing drugs into America. 12,000, what was it, 1,200 miles away on speedboats. What the fuck? And people, no one believed it, but he's not being condemned. And it's enough upset me. And people have died. You don't hear about that, do you? Fucking people have died. Ordinary Venezuelans. There was an old lady sitting in her apartment, and she was fucking killed by shrapnel. 80 years of age. and other people are being killed. The toll is rising.
Yeah.
And he said to this woman, who's now, she was vice president, she automatically became president. And he said, if you don't comply, you will feel it as well, what we did. But she's a strong lady. She said, well, fucking try then. It's fucking terrible.
It is.
America.
Yeah.
Sorry to swear. And he actually says America used to be known as the Confederate States based on our own constitution. What's gone wrong? There's no constitution with Donald Trump, but unfortunately he's a puppet of another tiny little country where they wear tiny little hats. Shocking. Now they want to take on Cuba. That Marco Rubio. And he's a liar, him. He said they were forced out during, when Castro took over in 1959 from Batista. Right, because Batista was a corrupt man by the United States because of all the casinos and everything. Anyway, he said, this is wrong, this. So Batista was overthrown by Fidel Castro. Now, Rubio said that his parents were forced to leave because of him, and it wasn't. They left long before, a couple of years before Castro even had a fucking inkling about throwing him over. And he wants Cuba destroyed. And, they turned around and said Cuba is a threat to us. What fucking threat are they? They've got nothing. They've been sanctioned since 1959.
Yeah.
Heavily sanctioned. And they're a threat. Colombia's a threat. He wants to take over Colombia. Honduras, and he wants to take over everywhere. Canada, Greenland. He's fucking nuts.
Yeah. Absolute.
And if anyone, with Europe saying, oh, yeah, Putin wants to invade us. No, I tell you who you should be afraid of. And he's proved it by overthrowing a president of a sovereign country is America. See, there's a thing called the NGOs, non-government agents, right? Agencies. And what they're doing, they're supplied with lots of fucking money by America to go into countries and bring people in and to do demonstrations. Now, it was great because there was a demonstration in Venezuela, and it was brilliant. But you know what's taken it over? Demonstrations against America. Against America.
Yeah.
With what they did to Venezuela and so what they did to their president. So they were demonstrating. So AI took over. And the way they put us over, that they were demonstrating, they were saying, oh, thank God America's come and saved us. It's fucking shocking.
Yeah.
It's shocking what they've done. And that's what they do in Europe by going into Europe, these NGOs waving little flags, European flags, like this. We want to go on. Fucking hell. He's trying regime changes in Europe. He wants to get rid of Orbán. He wants to get rid of Fico of Slovakia, Orbán of Hungary. And this new fella, he's only just fucking come in, of Czechoslovakia, Czech Republic. The Czech Republic. And don't forget that the EU, that von der Leyen, she cancelled Romanian elections. This fella was going to win. Hands down, he was going to win. The people loved him. A fella named Georgescu. And he was going to win because the people loved him. Because he said, I don't want to know about Ukraine. Our money's not going there. He said, it's going to our people, not fucking Ukraine. And she cancelled the elections and they got him arrested. Then this other fella named Simone, he said he was like this Georgescu, and he said, no, the money's going here, the money's staying in here. And it was impossible for him. They couldn't do it again, cancel the election, so they had to go ahead. And it was impossible for him to get beat the next day. It was impossible. And yet he won. Is that the opposite word? The opposite fella, the puppet of the EU and America won. While it was impossible for Simone to get beat. That's how fixed everything is. That's how corrupt it is.
Yes. So sick it is. Yeah. So that's the real threat. That's what we should be scared of. We are scared of.
Absolutely. And the Polo says everyone knows Israel wants all Iran proxy controlled Venezuela as the gear, oil, minerals. Yes, because Hormuz would have been blocked off by Iran. So there would have been no oil getting to Israel. So therefore, with the Venezuelan oil, there you go. It's fucking shocking. The corrupt of everything. Is that Jason? Is Jason on it? Are you there, Jay? No. I thought Jason was moving the little thing there. Francolini Antonio says, Daryl. Hiya, Daryl.
Hiya, Daryl.
And Trump is off his head.
Oh, gosh.
Yes.
Yes.
And there's Ashley. So, if China goes into Taiwan and arrests their president, and Russia arrests the Muppet president from Ukraine, the rest of the world's... Right. I'll say that again. Sorry. So, if China goes to Taiwan and arrests their president, and Russia arrests the Muppet president from Ukraine, the rest of the world should do nothing because of what Trump has done. And I know that you were being sarcastic there because you know, and I know, Anthony knows, and everyone on the chat knows that they would say fucking something. Because they've already said it against Putin. They've already said it, Ashley. They condemned him. They want him for war crimes and everything. He hasn't fucking committed any war crimes. The person who's committing war crimes is Zelensky himself.
Yeah.
I've seen it all. I've seen everything. On these, I had to unsubscribe. It was shocking. You know, it was like that book, the Covenants of Death.
Yes.
When you've seen these. I've got a little video on my phone. I don't know where my fucking phone, or where it is. Got a little video on my phone. Let's see if I have. I'll just show you. Let's see. Yeah, did you know that Did you know that I actually, hang on, I've got to get this. Please let me get it, please. I'm sorry about this, people, but I've got to show you this. I really have. Did you know that I actually filmed a UFO?
No, I saw the photograph. Yeah, we last year you showed us the photograph, um, which was taken, I think, at Greenland Airport.
That's right, Nuke Airport. And they met, oh yeah, you did because you was on, wasn't you, with Jared?
Yeah,
You know the Jared Gilligan,
yeah.
the do you know what? I can't find it. Oh, I can't find it.
And there
And it
was a
was
plane
beautiful
flying
little. Yeah.
close.
Go on, sorry.
There was a plane flying so close that it
Yeah,
was
and I went,
actually,
went under it, didn't it?
yeah.
That I haven't got it. Oh, please God, I haven't got it. Oh, so sorry. I only seen it the other day, but I've got loads of photographs, you see. Tons of them. Oh, oh. There's me and John Bishop, look. Do you know when I did that
Yeah,
thing, you think you are with him?
yeah,
And he sent me a Christmas card.
yeah. With that in it. Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, beaut. That's great.
yeah, look. A very happy Christmas, he says. He sent me that. Must have got us off the BBC. Oh, do you know what? It was about that. It was about a little child, Anthony. And I had it. I had it the other day. And I was looking at it and I was, oh no. Little child's walking. And this fella, he must have been a reporter and he gives her a lollipop. A little Ghazian child. Oh, you want to see her. You want to see a face. A little face. Got that UFO though. Do you want to see it?
Go ahead.
Right.
Remind us that's something bigger than us.
Right. This is the plane. There's the plane, right?
Yeah.
And it's coming into land. You see the dot there?
Yeah, yeah.
You can tell it's a plane. It's got its headlights on, right?
Yeah.
There's a thing going under it.
Yeah.
See?
Yeah.
There it is. It's going under it, Anthony.
And
Right?
sees the waves in the sky.
Yes. And I went right under it. Now the trajectory is up. Look at the speed of it. And there's the plane still there coming into land.
How they didn't collide.
It was incredible.
Yeah.
Remember when I said to Jared, the astronomer, I said, well, what's that?
Yeah.
And he wouldn't answer, would he?
Couldn't explain it.
Couldn't explain. I've got to show you this. Got to fucking show you. I've got this one. Now, you've got to be quick on this, people. What I'm going to show you. Right, let's see. No, you missed it. Oh, fuck. Let me get us again. Let me get us again. Right. Let me get us again. Got to be quick. Do you see it? Oh, no, you never fucking hell.
You have to bounce it to Jason next week, and he put it up. Or this week.
Fuck. Right. I'm going to try and show you. What way shall I go that way? Right. Let me try again. You've got to be quick, people, with this.
Yeah.
Let me see. Right.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck. Missed it again. Oh, for fuck's sake. Oh, there it is. It's brilliant, you know. Oh, fuck. Right. I wish I could fucking show you it. Right, if I go... I've got to get my coordination right. Right, hang on. Right. So it's that way. Bear with me with this. I hope I get it right this time. Oh, for fuck's sake. What happened there? Right, so if I go that way, right. What the fuck happened there? Won't let me show, will it? It won't let me fucking show for some reason.
Yeah, something in that as well then.
Fuck me. Right, let's see again. Oh, fuck. No, I can't get it. I'm sorry. I'll get Jason to do it.
Yeah.
I'll get Jason to do it. Because it's a UFO. It's that UFO. You see it going... And Jerry couldn't explain it, could he?
No. No, he started to talk about space debris that falls down, hits the earth. But then when you said to him, this is not falling down, this is going up and across.
And Ashley says, yeah, I agree with you 100%. Frank, my Scouse friend. Thank you, Ashley. Thank you, Ashley. It's been an event. I'm sorry, it's been up and down there this evening, hasn't it?
Right, that's what we do. No?
I just wanted to show that UFO. And if Johan was with us, he'd say, it's not a UFO, it's a UAP, unidentified aerial phenomenon.
I will never get my head around that.
What should we just call them UFOs?
See?
It's like calling you Leonardo. And you go, no, my name's Anthony. No, it's not. It's Leonardo. We're going to call you Leonardo from now on, if you know what I mean. That's so they just change names willy-nilly. willy-nilly, which is absolutely ridiculous.
Leonardo, I kind of like to answer to. Willy nilly? No, shove that one.
I'm going to show you a picture of someone here, and I want you to say who it is. He has it before. Who do you think that is?
That's a serious 80s moustache. Is that you, dear Frank?
Yeah. With black hair.
Okay, I know. I've read the books. I knew you had it.
There's our Francie.
Oh, that's a beautiful photo. Lovely. Both of them are. No.
Do you want to see our little Sophie? Yes. Fucking waffle she is. Do you know what? I said to her, I said, give us a kiss. And she said, all right, Granddad. Because she was leaving where I was living, right?
Yeah.
Sophie. She's not out of age now.
That's so fancy.
You know, for photos, it's like history, isn't it?
It
It
is.
gives some wonderful memories and things.
Yeah. And someone, I think it was Jules Verne, someone like that wrote that we all have a time machine. Memories are our past, and future visions are our dreams.
Yes, it's strange that the way time drifts by, it just drifts.
Yes.
And all of a sudden, it's like what you said about a time machine. And the likes of H.G. Wells, you know, what put the seed into him to write about a time machine?
Yeah.
Incredible.
Yes.
What are you doing?
Yeah. And we'll seriously have to devote a night to that kind of futuristic vision.
Do you think that he wanted to look into the future?
I think,
Really look into the future.
yeah. I think I don't want to look. For me personally, I don't really. I want to wake up. I want plans because we work towards plans, and we're making plans for late September, October. We're going to be in Florence. That's great. What you described with the photographs when we look back, and it's a shock, and you say, "Whoa," and then you see a photograph and you say, "Oh, she's not with us now. He's not with us now." So it's a bit of an emotional journey. I don't want to think too far ahead in life. I wanna think this year, what we're gonna do, and
All right,
then
well, I'm going to ask you a question, okay?
yeah,
I'll say let's just take these two. Ashley, have you two ever heard of the Yes, forest incident that happened in December 1981? I've read the book on it, and it's a good read. Yeah, I've seen many things. There's seen many things, actually, about the Rendlesham. And even the audio, I've listened to the audio. And there's a mate of mine who knew the fella one of the Americans who actually touched it, this thing. He said it was like glass, smooth as glass. And it was black. The blackest thing he'd ever seen. This thing in Rendlesham. And as she says, what's Frank doing with a picture of Freddie Mercury?
Freddie got all his style from Frank. So you can get.
Listen, actually, I go off half Scousers, you know. Well, it says, Franco, having trouble with my internet. It keeps going on and off. Oh, does it? Do you know what? It's the atmosphere now, Bella. It's the atmosphere. It's atmospheric, unfortunately. And actually says, I've just been told of a death. Unfortunately, we all move on. Yeah, I was told that an old mate of mine died the other day. And it's so sad. And we do move on. We do.
We have to.
Because if we stand still and mourn for the rest of our life, it's like Great Expectations, isn't it? Where Miss Faversham, she's sat there for many, many years because she got stood up at the wedding table. She just didn't move on. And that's the great Dickens for you.
Yeah.
He writes about people not moving on.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, we've been through a few losses in the week before and stuff for Christmas. But as we've talked before, the best way to keep that sense of friendship and love and family together is look about these amazing people that we're blessed to have in our life.
Yeah. Because, you know, once we do that, you know, they are great memories. I miss me mum.
Yeah, me too, yeah.
I miss it.
Yeah.
You know, and she died the 22nd of December, 1996. And you think it was a horrible time for a death to occur, as you know, because you've just experienced it with your great mate, your friend.
Yeah.
A lovely man, a talented man, a very talented man. And you wanted me to meet him, and we never just had the chance. I never had the chance, unfortunately. That's the way things go. It's life. It's life. God blimey, you know what we've spoken about tonight? It's been absolutely, it's been like a roller coaster.
Yeah, has. Yeah. And I you know, it's not a love-hate thing, but it's a love thing that we have this. We're blessed to have these memories and reading, and going way back. I mean, you read yesterday one of the most profound things ever in the name of love with the great John Keats, and we have that, and I think that is the beauty because it gives us something to connect to. There's that great load of British BS, stiff upper lip and just get on with it. Doesn't apply. If we're lucky enough to have people in our life that are wonderful, we'll acknowledge them. And as you have done on many of our chat nights, when you say, I used to go there with my mates, so I have bring them up, talk about them, memories. Yeah,
And what you said about that quote, your loveliness at the hour of my death, oh, to have them both at the minute.
yeah,
Incredible,
yeah,
incredible quote.
yeah,
The last letter he ever written to his lovely girl. The both of them loved each other deeply. And what gets me is, could you imagine her reading the letter? Now, don't forget, but we're talking, what, 18, 20, 24. And she reads that letter and just looks and goes,
what?
"He's
What? No, this is a month after he'd gone.
a month after he'd gone, yeah. Because the communication in those days was shocking.
Yeah,
Shocking. It's not like today, you can pick a phone up and just dial somebody.
yeah. Or someone else would text on a mobile or whatever. But the goodness of, I think we find ourselves in life surrounded by good people, and it's that old line of angels walk amongst us. But the chap that was with John Keats when he died, an artist called Joseph Savage,
Yeah.
who kind of became his talking journal. This is what we went through. This is what he said. The sketches and things he'd done. You know. So history is rewarded by that. We are rewarded by that. You know.
Here's the question I was going to ask you. Let me just read out what actually says here. Frank Sinatra sang That's Life, which is a brilliant song.
Yeah,
Go to a football match and listen to We Are the Champions and Radio Goo Goo, Radio Gaga. That was brilliant, that was absolutely brilliant, that Radio Gaga, by Queen. Oh,
yeah,
we is Radio Gaga. Brilliant.
yeah,
And so we spoke about the Queen. We spoke about Queen as well, Freddie Mercury.
yeah. And
But
then him
this,
licking your mustache.
yeah, cheeky get. That's what he said, isn't it? What's Frank doing with a picture of Freddie Mercury? Now, here's a question for you, and it concerns the likes of our great visionary writer, right? Now, if you go back to when you were 18, 17, 18, say 17, because at the age of 17, as you know, we're just finding out about the world.
Yeah.
And when you were 17, you knew what you wanted to do. You knew that you wanted to be an artist, right? You knew that. You knew where your vocation was. Okay? Okay, when you were 17.
Yeah,
So you knew, you had your family around you, you had everything, you had your mum and dad, and you knew your vocation, right? And all of a sudden, you go to bed and you wake up today. You just wake up today. And what you see today, what's going on in the world, like I mentioned before about Russia and Ukraine, you look up at the Middle East, what's happened to that failed states. You look at what's going on in Venezuela and this mad president wanting to take on the world. wanting to take on the whole of Latin America, wanting to take on Canada, wanting to take off Greenland, and making stupid excuses. What would you think from waking up when you were 17, when everything around you was great? What would you think? Do you think that no, this is a nightmare? This is not going to happen.
Yes, you would feel like you've woken up to a nightmare. You've woken up to and that's what happens in warfare. You know, thankfully not us and not our kids, and not Sophia. Um, that's what's going on now, and the angst is that we feel for these people, and it's impossible to imagine that anyone could feel at peace in this world at the moment with the powers that you mentioned wanting to monopolize every single aspect. From our health service, people are dying
Oh,
because the Americans are short funding everything.
well, they want to take over the. Well, Trump said it in his first term. He wanted to take over the NHS
Yeah,
because he said they're getting all these pharmaceuticals cheap. No, we don't want to be giving it away cheap. This is in his first term.
yeah,
And ever since I always remember this lovely female consultant on the television and said, the privatisation of the NHS isn't coming through the back door anymore, it's going through the front door.
absolutely. They blew the door off. And here,
Anthony, I've been waiting. You know the state of me
yeah,
because you know what's happened to me. And I've been waiting for 4 years now. This new year be 4 years. And I've been put on the back burner simply because of other things going on in the world coming into this country. Because they're the priority. 4 years, Anthony.
yeah.
To put me right. And that she says, Tony, who sang Poetry in Motion? Poetry in Motion.
Slightly before I started buying albums and stuff, actually, but
Oh, that I adore.
yeah, I know the tune, but I can't think of the singer. Ask me
It
one,
wasn't Bobby V.
Bobby Darin.
No, it wasn't him either. His name came to me. And it wasn't Bobby either. Was it Bobby Rydell? Bobby Rydell?
Could
That's who
be.
sang it. Bobby Rydell.
Well, you just sang it now. That's all. No, not my cup of tea music, actually, but we'll give it some
Sure,
thought.
it's Bobby Rydell, you know.
Yeah,
Yeah, sure of it. Someone will Google it. Someone will Google it. Bobby Kramer says Christopher. Never heard of him. Bobby Kramer.
no.
Never heard of him. Are you sure it was him, Christopher? And it's not Bobby Rydell. Oh, that I adore. No.
No.
Whoa, 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 whoa. We used to sing it in the Grafton, not the Grafton, I'm sorry, in the Locarno. When we were about 14, 15. Going for the girls, Anthony, me going for girls. Never ever copped up. Never ever copped up.
it's a dangerous ground to aim for copping off any
Yes.
night.
Yes.
Because it's pitch black.
Are you been a black hair then?
I had a two once up until I was about 35. Mine just started to go white in my 30s. So by the time I was 40, it was gone.
I've got 9 suits hanging up. 9 suits. Can't wear them.
No. No.
Never heard of him, but is that another Bobby Kramer? No.
He sounds like an hairdresser from Bootle.
He does, doesn't he? How do you want your head?
Shaved. There you go. Next.
Do you want a little bit off the shoulders? When you have long hair?
Oh, my
Remember going in there, I went for an haircut, and my grandmother was up at my grandmother's, and my Uncle Tony was down. And she said, where's Francis? He said, oh, he's gone for an haircut. He's going out tonight. So we went, oh, okay. So anyway, I walked in, and he said, you had your haircut? I said, yeah. He said, wear a bit off the shoulders. That's it, Johnny Tillotson. That's him, Johnny Tillotson. Poetry in motion.
no.
Oh,
Didn't,
that I adore. Yes.
didn't like the song.
Poetry in brilliant. Absolutely. Thank you,
No.
Christopher. Yeah, even Ashley looks it up. Johnny Tillotson. Johnny Tillotson says Ashley and Archie. It's a double actor, isn't it?
Yeah.
I fucking love them on it. I don't you love them on there?
Oh, all the time, all the questions. When we're we're delving into the quantum physics of life and the spiritual side of everything.
Quantum physics.
Who's saying, does the chewing gum lose its flavour stuck on the bedpost overnight?
I always remember Ken Todd, and he had a skit at Wackabilk. He had a skit at him, and do you know what he calls him? Knack and Nilk. He said, have you heard that song by Knack and Nilk? Oh, listen. Knack and Nilk.
Oh.
He said he doesn't sing in as all as he does is blow his clarinet. Brilliant, when you look at some of the people, the likes of me knew Doddy to be he's a friend of mine. And did they ever tell you I was standing outside the Good Saints, and I was just standing there with Tom Murphy, the sculptor, who you know very well. And he pulled up, Ken. And I went, oh, you Ken, shook his hand, And Tom said the same. There was only me and Tom outside. And he turned around and said to me, he said, I'm going to do a show, and I want you to do it with me. And I went, I was taken back. I said, I'll behave. He said, no. He said, I'm doing a show, and you're going to do it with me. He said, but I tell the jokes. Because he knows how humorous, like my talks are. Yeah. And he said, but I do the jokes, okay. And I said, yeah, sure. And I said, he's only messing, to Tom. But when he gets inside, he comes over and he says, this is serious. And Tom was there. Ask him. Tom Murphy will clarify what Ken, but unfortunately he died. Mm. Incredible.
Yes. What a man.
Poetry in Motion was about the ladies who sang I'm a Tiger and it went Lulu. I tell you what, have you seen Lulu lately, Anthony?
Yeah, we watched it
She
on
looks lovely.
Year's Eve. Yeah. Yeah,
Looks
she
lovely.
nearly 80. Yeah.
Yeah. I tell you what, though, I look at some of the, hitting then and now on YouTube. Fucking hell, you want to see some of that? They're terrible. And I mean the way that it's not that they've aged, which they should age gracefully. It's all the facelifts and
And the voice goes.
it's shocking.
Unfortunately, if you're a singer, if you, it, I mean, it happens to nearly all of them. Some of them still retain a voice from when they were like in the 20s. But when you're 83 and you're singing a song that you sang when you were 22, it's a tough one. Whoever you are.
Do you know we had spin the bottle on Christmas, right? All young, and you had to give a song,
Yeah,
right? So it came to me, and I sang. I sang. What did I sing? It was one of. Gary Engelbert Humperdinck, one of his songs. So I sang that, and a couple of others sang other songs,
yeah,
right? And it goes to this fella. He was only little, this fella. He wanted to knock around with us. He's same age as us, but he's a fucking nuisance, if you know what I mean. And he just wanted to knock around with us. And the last waltz I sang,
the last was, yeah.
the last waltz, I was fucking awful, like, but at least, I sang it. And this goes to this fella. And this little fella, was a fucking nuisance. And, I used to say, the fuck is it, this fella? He used to follow us, into town and that.
Yeah.
And anyway, he went to, do you know what he fucking sang? And he was doing all the actions and jumping up and that, doing everything. I can't get no satisfaction.
Oh, Mick Jagger, it's still.
I can't get no. And this is what he was doing. Satisfaction. Doing all that. Looking at him in amazement. I tell you, it was at a party once, and with the lads, I was drinking our beer. We used to bring crates, and one of the dads, whose house we were in, he was snazzy, he was fucking snazzy, and because we used to bring crates of beer up. They wouldn't think, because it's not like today, but going back, when I was 18, 19. And when we were bringing beer back, they were in wooden crates, bottles. So anyway, he's there like that. And we knew what he was fucking thinking. Because one of the lads, he said, he's fucking passed on now. Mugger. Great fella. And he said, you know what's going to happen here? Yeah. So what? He says he's going to pick up the fucking milk bottles and bring them outside and start rattling them. Time to go. And exactly what he did. A couple of minutes later, picked up and he went, all right, lads, you've got to be fucking up early in the morning. And we all had to go because he had all the ale. And when you brought the things back, you got money back, didn't you?
Yeah.
All the crates. So he has all the booze and all the money back. One of the lads, that's fantastic. Their memories, they're great memories.
Memories, yeah. Yeah.
And actually says, wondrous place, Billy Fiore. He was singing about the old gel in Southampton. My mum's a Scouser. Love you both. He was great, Billy Fiore, wasn't he?
He was feeling he didn't get the
Accolade.
yeah. I think the times were just not right for it. It was still a fairly stiff society. It was the Beatles actually who shattered
Yeah,
it,
it was.
and then the bands that followed. Then
He's a handsome bastard as well, wasn't he?
yeah, yeah,
Don't give your love to someone. And
yeah,
what was it? Halfway to Paradise was his biggest, wasn't
yeah,
it? Leaves me halfway. He had that little thing in his voice, didn't he? To paradise.
yeah, yeah.
You're amazed at me, aren't you now, aren't you, Anthony? You're looking at me as going, fucking hell, listen to Frank there, give it as well, oh, it's the emotion. That's life. And Ashley says, it's sad how bad the actor Bruce Willis is now. It says it's shocking. He's gone into care, hasn't he?
He's gone. He's no longer recognizing his wife and his children.
No, he's gone. He's completely gone. Oh,
It's one of the cruelest.
yes.
It's horrible.
It's one of those things that you've only got to look at Bob Paisley, and he didn't know what he did.
No.
He was just like Bruce Willis. That Alzheimer's.
Yeah. It was. Yeah.
It's
And
so,
home. Yeah.
but when you see people who are still trying to look young, unfortunately, instead of going not saying grow old gracefully, what they're
No.
actually doing, Anthony, is
Yeah.
having all this fun.
Yeah. No lie. I worked for many years as a chef and in a pub. When I'm playing in bands, I'd left art school fairly quick because it was not what I expected. So I'd left, and then my mum said, "Well, you've got to get a job. You've got to get some money in." So I was waiting in this pub close to my mum and dad's, close to where I was living, and there was a shower of lads, older guys that used to come in, and they were old school, boot polish on there, so the hair was like, and I always knew when they were in because of one of the barmaids, Mary, and I'd hear her chuckling, and she'd just say, "Is it raining out, Bert?" And this fella, I'd turn around and look at this fella, and the boot polish would be on his face. Just like, yeah, it is, Barry, yeah.
Do you know what that was like, honestly, Anthony? There was a lovely fella. He's a lovely, lovely man. Not one of our mates, because he's older than us, A fella named Wally Isles. And Wally, he was a coalman.
Yeah.
And we were playing football in the square, and it was fucking roasting, right? I'll never forget it. It was a Friday night, and we were all playing football. Right, we were about 16 and playing football in the square, And Wally comes out and it's fucking roasting. And he's standing there with a suit and his tie on, and his, suit, whatever. And he's standing there and he's looking at us. Right. Now, don't forget, if you're standing, and it was early evening and the sun was fucking really hot as well. And he's standing there looking at us. And anyway, when we stop, whatever, Wally walks through because we had to stop playing football for him to walk through. You see.
Yeah.
So anyway, we stopped. The ball goes out, and there's Wally walking. And honest to God, now he's a coal man, right? And that coal just gets in the pores of your skin.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what happened to him. He was sweating, but he was sweating fucking coal. And you could see it around the top of his collar. It was fucking black.
Oh,
And someone said, Wally.
fella.
And he went, okay, just carried on. Another time, this other fella, he was older than us, he was going out, and he was a lad named Tommy Walker. Very funny, but Tommy, funny man. And but he was older than us still, you see. So he never looked around with us, but we knew him, and we knew how humorous he was and funny. And he used to live on the third lantern. And this fella, every fucking week, walked out with a suit, and he used to walk like that. Like that, look at me, that type of person. And he's walking through like that, and Tommy was waiting for a third lantern, right? And he had a fucking big bag of water, fucking big bag, with all like dust in it, like could have been fucking coal, I don't know, it was all in like that. And this fella walking like that, and someone shouted at him. So he stopped, and Tommy went like that. Just let it go, and fucking hit him and all over him.
Oh.
He had to go home. The fella had to go home. But he never walked home like that. He was fucking like, full of low. Some mad things, that happened.
Oh, really?
Love it. Great memories, Anthony.
Brilliant.
And he actually says, Jerry Dorsey has lost the voice. Clipperty Pritchard can't move it. Oh my God, Adamant has lost it. Stand and deliver. As for Paul Young, he ain't. Oh my God, wakey, wakey, nothing's immortal, just history. That's right, though. That fucking Adamant, though. He was mad, him, wasn't he?
Absolutely. There's a few of them at the same time. I mean, the 80s saved us up with a big dollop of the worst.
He was the likes of that Adamant. Paul Young was all right. Then he had an operation on his throat, didn't he? Then he went to all country and western.
Yeah.
Well, that's what but he did sing a couple of good songs.
I think you're right, but there's various people who had it all the way through, from the 60s still to now. There's a mate of mine, Tom, who you met, cameraman Tom, and we went to see Van Morrison.
Oh.
But just before COVID, so about 5 years.
Yeah, Van der Man.
At the Philharmonic, and it was a stripped down band. There's only like 5 people on the stage. Normally he has all sorts going on, and he was sensational.
Oh, I love him.
His voice, everything.
Yeah. Has it changed?
Stuff, yeah. He was fab. And then, like I say, our Macca can't hit those notes now. A lot of them, but it's like, but it becomes, they let themselves down, I think, because it's a money train.
Of course it is.
They're still buying your records, get out there. You can't do it.
Well, Jerry Dorsey, actually, that was Engelbert, wasn't it? And he has a great voice, yeah.
Engelbert did, yeah. He's only just retiring now.
Yeah, he's just retiring. But I seen him on This Is Your Life, with Eamon Andrews.
Yeah.
this fella comes on. Now he's from fucking here, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And this fella comes on, a guest, and he's reading from the book, and this is Jimmy, whatever his fucking name was, and he looks at him, Engelbert, and goes, "Get out of here!" And I thought, you fucking prick, like a fucking stupid yank. Get out of here!
Prima donna.
For fuck's sake.
Do you know what? There's a story. 1966. Jimi Hendrix had just come over to England. He was managed by Chas Chandler, who was a Geordie guy.
Yeah, well, he was in the Animals, wasn't he?
Yeah. And he put him on the tour because there were lots of tour packages. Again, the Americanism thing. You have four or five acts on the same bill. And he put him on. Engelbert Humperdinck was top of the bill. And so Jimi Hendrix was on it. So Jimi Hendrix did his spot, and Engelbert's band fucked off on him.
Really?
Yeah. So he didn't have anyone. And Jimi Hendrix said, "Excuse me, sir, I know your stuff. I'll sit behind that curtain there and I'll play you." And he did. He played the music for him behind the curtain.
Wow.
Yeah. Wow.
Do you know Frank Highfield?
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. There's an old mate of mine called Paul Keenan. Do you know Paul Keenan? Well, anyway, when Frank was over here the last time,
Yeah.
Paul, he does a great impersonation of Frank. And Frank asked him, he's seen him. He's seen Paul. Someone says, "You want to listen to this fella?" So anyway, he went to see Paul. Mate of mine, Paul. And lovely fella. And Frank listened to him. And he had a words with him, after he finished his thing, whatever he did on stage or whatever. At a club. Anyway, he went on tour with Frank Highfield. And it's only what you said there, behind the thing. And all the high notes that Frank couldn't get out. On his last tour of England.
Yeah.
It was Paul who was giving the high notes back at the stage.
Brilliant.
We're yodeling and all this thing.
I really see that as a respectful thing. A generational thing. That's what you do. Certainly, if you got it from that person, the elder spokesman. It's like Roy Orbison with the Beatles. They all got it from him. Their song "Please Please Me," Lennon wanted it to be like a Roy Orbison song. And George Martin, the producer, said, "No, you got to speed it up." So they went their own way. And then they found themselves on tour with him. And halfway through the tour, the Beatles got to number one. And Roy Orbison, being the gentleman that I believe he was, said to the promoters, "Listen, put their name on the top and put me second."
Do you know what? No, I think that's brilliant because they were on up at the Everyman Theatre.
Yeah.
Roy Orbison, and one of my great ambitions was to see Roy Orbison in a concert, and I didn't know the Beatles were on. Right, I didn't know, and Roy Orbison's coming on. I always remember reading it in the Echo. And then all of a sudden, the Beatles were on. And I knew that I couldn't, I just knew I wouldn't be able to get in. Especially the way the Beatles were at the moment, because they just exploded.
Did, yeah.
And I never went to see him. I always wanted to go and see Roy Orbison, the big O.
Yeah.
And I seen the Beatles, as you know, as a 14-year-old.
Yeah.
I didn't know who they were, and my mate, he's dead now. He died when he was 24, my mate. 24 years of fucking age. And anyway, he said, come on, he said, let's bunked off school, playtime. I said, where are we going? He said, see the Beatles. I said, every day. I didn't even fucking know who they were. But he did. He loved his music just like you. And anyway, we went up seeing, never watched them. Just seeing them on the stage, but because I heard a word? No, because all these fucking girls were screaming. Just honestly, just screaming. And it's proved, isn't it, when you see footage of, when they went to States and that, and even here in England, and that's what it was like in the Locarno. And I asked if your dad did the big poster. I always remember the big poster, the big yellow backgrounds with the four heads and stars of TV and radio, and a dad underneath, please, please me. That was the number one hit at the time.
That must have been 60.
Get that.
Yeah. Memories, Frank?
Yeah, it's like this now here. Well, actually, you go through these. I had a neighbour that threw a knickers on stage for Tom Jones. Honest, I was about 7 at the time. He kissed her and she didn't wash her face for a week. Oh my God, couldn't make it up.
Yeah, he became absolutely massive, didn't he? 65, 66. Yeah.
And it actually says, one of my favourite songs is by George Harrison. Brilliant. I love that myself, actually. Got my mind set on you. And I also like the song he did with the Travelling Willie. End of the line.
Yeah.
That was sad, wasn't it? You know, the video of that, because you just see a chair, don't you? A rocking chair with a guitar on. And it's just rocking like that. And that was the big O. Because he died, didn't he?
He did. He died midway between. He did 2 albums, didn't he? Yeah. Yeah. Wow.
Fucking sad, that. And as the ad says, the Travelling Wilburys were brilliant. Yes.
Yeah.
I remember you.
Yeah.
Distant bells and stars that fell like the rain out of the blue. Is that all right?
He was an Australian yodeler, wasn't he? Brilliant. That was brilliant, Frank. We'll put the album out. Better to tell you to do the background poems.
Oh yes, Bella. She'd all up, wouldn't she? Especially about the voice.
Put you on tour every night for 16 years, and we'll make a tenner.
Are you sure we'd make a tenner? Well, as the actually says, to impersonate someone is respecting them. Yes.
I have issue with that, actually. In a.
Oh no! I think what he's saying there.
I've been tonight. Yeah, no.
Yeah, because we were talking about who were we talking about privately.
Yeah, because you get inspired by someone, and you do
But
stuff.
when you copy someone for your fucking career, that's wrong. Rather than, I know what Archie's saying, impersonating. It's like, do you ever remember a fellow by the name of Yankee was? Frank Gorshin. And he did all impersonations. I tell you who's a great impersonator. Anthony Hopkins.
Okay.
I was listening to him in an interview, and he said he got to New York, right? He said,
Yeah.
and when we got in, he said there was crowds milling around. And he looks over and he said it was Sean Connery. So anyway, he gets over to finally gets over to the desk, and as Sean's, pushed out somewhere, in the lift to go up to his room, and it's all quieting down. So Anthony, he said, I goes over. He said, my room. Yeah, I'm on the 88th floor or so. He said, and anyway, I was phoning down for the. I was phoning down for a meal. He said, I couldn't get a fucking meal. He said, I couldn't get it. He said, and everything was about Sean Connery. So anyway, he phoned up the desk again, and he took off Sean Connery, and he was perfect. He said, send a mail up on me to number 886. He said, on the mail's on me. And, he's taken off Sean Connery.
Yeah.
And a fucking big meal and everything came up. And he said, Connery was looking at me fucking years, he said. I want me money back,
Oh,
That's what he said, but he was brilliant.
brilliant.
Impersonating,
Yeah.
Yeah, there's some. And he says, Cilla Black singing Anyone Who Has a Heart was fantastic. She sang it well, bless her.
Yeah. Yeah.
I used to go to school with a brother, and I seen him years later, and seeing him, I said, all right, Alan. He said, all right, how are you? Now, the thing is, I was teaching some history, and his wife, this is Alan's wife, she was a sociologist, she was doing sociology, and he said, I got told, he said, I've come to pick her up. He said, I got told that you were working here. How are you? And I said, I'm okay, and going on. And I went like that, how's Cilla Black then? And it's just changed. He went fucking white, Frank. White.
Yeah, that's her real name. Yeah.
He said, white it is. And I went, oh, all right, Al, sorry. He said, I don't apologise. He said, she threw him out, in her hair and Emma Eyre and Bob Willis, she was married and we living in Buckinghamshire. She invited them down, him and his wife, for their Christmas dinner. And they were sitting there and they went, can we start? The dinner was here out. The roast dinner, the Christmas dinner. She said, no, we're waiting for the Queen. And he said, we just looked at each other, me and his wife. Just looked at each other and fuck it now. And then when the Queen came on, they stood up. No, because God Save the Queen was being played. And she said, stand up. And he said, fuck off, I'm not standing up for it. And even his wife, she said no. And anyway, she threw them out. Christmas Day. We had to phone a cab.
It's a family. It happens. Wow.
Ashley. Surprise, surprise. Yeah, fucking. You know me, right? And my dad was a New Zealander, right? A New Zealander. When I was born, it was still fucking bomb sites everywhere. And he said, I'm going back to New Zealand. He said, I'm going to build a house. So anyway, she said, okay. He said, I don't want my son to be brought up in this. Because it was all grimy, Liverpool was still fucking grimy. And he went back, built the house, and he sent for my old girl and me. Sent her the money and everything, the fare. And my old girl, well, my grandmother said, you won't be able to walk up, you know. If you have if you have an argument with him, you won't be able to walk up like you do. And then my great grandparents were sitting on the couch. Now, don't forget, these are Italians. And my granddad said, take a good look at your grandparents, because that'll be the last time you see them. They're only frail. So give them a good kiss and a good hug. And then she just looked and she went, I'm not going. Now, what's that got to do with surprise, surprise? When I was, I forget how old I was, and our Mary and our Angela fucking wrote to her and said about me, because they're my cousins, you see. They were like sisters. And they wrote and they said about, you know, me and what had happened, and can you get hold of me, Dad? And they said, we've written to Silly about it. I said, fuck off. I said, there's no way I'll go on that. But anyway, he died. He's all, you know, they got back and said, no, he's died, you know. Because they did fucking try to get him. Me?
Wow.
Surprise, surprise, surprise. Fuck off. Can have another that. Even my old girl said Francis wouldn't have that.
No. No. She phoned me up, you know.
What?
Scylla phoned me up.
Did she?
Yeah. I'd done the heads. This is not a joke, not a surprise thing.
No.
One of her best friends who still lives in the city, or outside the city, is Pete Price, who you know you would have met over the years. And Pete had said something to me, like, is Scylla one of your 100 heads? And I said, no, she's not. There's no connection to her. I don't know her. I know who she is and where she lived, because my family lived across the way, you know. So no. And then it was late at night, and you know what I'm like. I'm like gone by 10 or 10. I'm normally gone, and the phone goes, and it was Pete, and he said, "Have you got a few minutes?" And I said, "Yeah." Is everything okay? And he said, "I'm with someone who wants to speak to you." And then she got on the phone. She was lovely. She was great. She just said, "I've seen your work. I think your work is amazing. Was there any reason why I wasn't included in your 100 heads?" And I said, "We don't know each other. I don't know you. There's no connection." It was all about connection and what people bring in. She said, "That's great. No, I totally understand that." She said, "Would you paint me?" And I said, "Yes." And then the ball started then, and stuff came through to me. Pete got me stuff. And then, as you described, you know, the fragility of life, she died. And the picture, which is half finished, is still in storage. No one's seen it since then. You know.
And do you know what? It's just like it's like a lot of other things that are unfinished, isn't it? You know, it's strange. It's like when I mentioned before about Ken Dodd
Yeah.
and doing that show,
Yeah.
if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
And you know, it's like everything else. You know, something just all of a sudden stops dead in the tracks, just like Scylla's there. The statue of in, uh, in, 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 uh, in, uh, in, uh, Matthew Street's brilliant. You know, she's just got her arms up in the air, hasn't she? And
Yeah.
that was the way Scylla was. But that's what Alan said, white. And he didn't actually, and I went, okay, yeah, hello, fucking white.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know why she changed the name, actually. You know, Scylla White would have been great.
Sometimes it's not them that change it, not
No,
the
it's
it's like the people who are looking after them, and you say, you know, Francis Carlyle doesn't sound like an author. We'll call you Arthur Miller.
yeah,
Well, my name's Frank Carlyle. Oh no, that's and that's it. Take that out of your hands. If you want the 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 fame thing, if you want the recognition, which I mean, we've only got to look as close as our dear friend Billy. You
oh,
know, Billy Kingsley is the greatest voice in Liverpool,
oh,
was for all that. But
oh,
from consecutive managements and all of that, the business side, he never got a penny.
no. I remember him telling me as well, with your long blonde hair and your eyes are blue. He actually put in um, to the Devil's Daughter the line.
Yeah,
Something tells me you're the Devil's Daughter, sorrow. And they
yeah,
actually put that in, and he never got a fucking penny for it. And that was the line, that was the main line of the song.
yeah. See, had it been the other way round, had the record company or the producer done that, then they would have got.
Oh,
It's
yeah,
like Buddy Holly, when Buddy Holly made it just before he died, sadly, because he was 21, 22 when he died. Um, the guy who'd been recording them put his name on everything. You know, you've had it done to you, I've had it done to me, and it's not a pleasant experience.
no,
And something that you've done is out there, and you say, "Fucking hell, that's mine." But it's a small print. Someone else has put their name on it. That's what happened to him. That's what happened in the great Derek will tell us more details. But if you were a black artist in music, then there was always a white, or you would say, we're going through a similar trouble now. So I don't want to burst any bubbles and get us into trouble. But um, an Israeli sounding name would appear on song, and they may live in fucking wherever, nothing to do with what was recorded, but they get the money.
yeah,
That's what happened.
yeah.
All of them.
It's always the same. It's like me. I'm not being funny, but I've got the manuscript there. You know, we that play, Reflection of Dickens, and I showed you the poster and things like that. And as you know, something happened to me over it. We won't go into it, but something happened to me, and you know what happened to me about plagiarism when someone took my work and fucking plagiarized it.
Yeah.
You know, so we all go through that experience at one time or the other. And this is why, if you notice, because this is being recorded, you know, what we do, you know, we do a live show. And to do a live show is very difficult, you know, very difficult because you get a lot of people who don't do live shows. They just do it and it's all recorded. The point I'm making is, I read that out. I read that particular thing out, didn't I? The
Yes.
Reflection of Dickens.
Yes.
Now that's mine.
Yeah.
That's been copyrighted because I've copyrighted all my work. ever since that plagiarism thing episode. And it's wrong. It's like anything. Um, as I think it was actually said about, it's great, it's respect to impersonate somebody. And that's like Anthony Hopkins. Frank Gorshin was great, an American. And he used to take off Cagney, he used to take off James Stewart, everyone he took off. He's brilliant. I tell you, do you ever remember Batman? He plays the Riddler, in the old series.
yeah.
That was Frank Gorshin. Right, but he was a great impersonator. And someone impersonated me, and you know him. And I phoned up. I was really bad. I had the flu. And I phoned up. I said, listen, I won't be able to go in today. The admin. I phoned the admin up. And he said, what's wrong? So I told them. I said, I've got the flu or something. I can't bloody move. So they said, okay. Now, Sean Stiles was on his radio show.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, he started taking me off. And one of he said, I've got Frank Carlyle with me. And he started taking me off. And one of the admin workers went to the principal and said, Frank Carlyle's not sick. He's on Radio Merseyside now with Sean Stiles. And I got into trouble. And I said to Sean, I said, you fucking got me into trouble. He said, how? And I told him. But I had to convince, I said, I'm ill. I'm here. I'm in the house now. I'm in the house now. Fucking shocking. But,
Yeah.
it is a compliment to be
Well,
impersonated.
it can be, it's good humorous and simple. If someone sets aside some making money on the back of you, that's not great.
I changed Frank's name to Frankie Lane. Frankie Lane was a Jezebel, right?
Yeah,
And he sang all right, didn't he?
he did. So he sang some massive songs.
Oh,
He was a big guy and big voice and all of that. Yeah,
he was Italian,
Yeah.
He changed from, I forget his name, but he was
Yeah.
Italian as well. Loads of Italians. Singers, that's a Anglo-sized names. Champion the Wanderers. That's it, he sang that as well.
That too is like the unfairness of entertainment industry, which is owned by the same people who are conflicting war on Venezuela.
Oh.
So, yes, so that doesn't sound good enough for us. So your Italian name doesn't mean nothing. Change
Exactly. I always remember Sinatra saying, anyone who gets arrested, they've always got a vowel at the end of the name. Like our name, our Italian name, Valenti. You know what I mean? I was in Italy and seen this cop, and I was looking at this police car, and this fella was on a motorbike, this cop. But I was looking at this police car, and it said Valenti Squadra. Right? Squadra Valenti, it said. And I went, fucking hell. Because Valenti means flying.
Yeah.
And the cop came over to me and he said, what are you looking at? And I went, that. I said, that's our family name, Valenti. And he said, is it really? And you know what? He was a cracking cop. I got to know him. And I gave him my address and everything. No, he gave me his address. I said, listen, did you ever go to England? He said, I've always wanted to go to England. I'll have a guess where he wanted to go to in England.
Poor. Little Italy, Liverpool.
Liverpool, right? Liverpool. Have a guess where he wanted to go.
Little Italy.
Not Little Italy. Little Italy didn't exist then. Well, it's ended.
Yeah. Don't know where.
Oh, fucking hell. Anthony.
Jeddah Gardens.
Oh! Jelly Gardens didn't exist then.
Oh, he wanted to go to Cavan or wherever.
Yes. Wanted to go to Cavan because he was a great fan of.
Freddie and the Dreamers.
That's them. They were fucking shocking, them, weren't they?
Oh yeah.
Fucking hell.
Yeah. It was
I'd
that
love
thing.
to have slapped him.
Once the Beatles made it, there was 4 of them. 1, 2, 3, 4. So you can count for hours the number of bands that were set up after them with the same lineup. No. The fucking Monkeys and all that shit.
The Monkeys. Yeah, look at that. Owen Lee. Good night, gentlemen, and chat for. Thank you for a brilliant show once again. Thank you, Owen.
Thanks, Owen. Thanks for being with us.
Thank you so much, fella. Really appreciate it. Don't forget, I'm having a football show tomorrow night. And Ashley says, I live in Kane near Chippenham where Eddie Cochran died.
Oh. Yeah.
Come on, everybody.
Yeah, brilliant player as well.
Oh, fantastic.
Guitar player.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Eddie Cochran. Fucking hell. Could you imagine his parents? He's gone on tour to England and he was killed in a car crash. Could you imagine, they wouldn't have any much respect for this country.
No.
I'll just go through these.
Yeah.
The Atchie. Rich Presley and the Trogs were brilliant. Wild Thing. Yeah. And Lovers All. Yes, absolutely brilliant. He wrote a book, Strange Things. They don't tell us. Check his book out. It's worth a read. Is that Rich Presley? Yeah, it must be that he wrote.
Yeah.
That's a mad network. Fucking Reg. You'd change your name, wouldn't you? That's a terrible name, Reg.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Fucking terrible. It's worse than Anthony, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, Antonio was better.
Could you imagine, you being Reg Brown? The artist doesn't sound right, does it? Or Reg Carlyle? Okay.
Well, us, yeah.
Oh,
Reg and
because you imagine being a Reg and you cop off with a girl and she goes, what's your name? Reg. Oh, fuck off, Reg.
Yeah. What's your friend's name there? Harold. Oh, Jesus. Harold.
Oh, okay.
Sound like 2 kings of the Norman generation.
You both chose the Archie. Isn't that lovely? Yeah, look at that now. He's come out with look at this. Frankie Valenti, that's a stage name. Thing is, my uncle was Frankie. Franco Valenti.
Yeah.
And believe it or not, Archie, where you see my name on this script here,
Yeah.
I wanted to call myself Franco Colucci. Franco Colucci, who wrote that. And as someone said, to write a story like that, fantastic story, you've got to be a Scouser. I said, yeah, but from an Italian background anyway. He said, yeah, but it doesn't sound right. Whereas your name just suits the play. And he was right.
Yeah, he was right. Yeah, I think.
But as Archie says, I had my uncle was Frankie. He was Frankie.
And we were.
Anthony, what do you think about tonight?
I loved it. I mean, we've meandered through history, boxing, singing, the audacity of modern day life,
Impersonations.
the magic of memories, dear
Yeah.
friends who make us who we are. Yeah, no, loved it. Yeah,
It's been it's been a roller coaster, hasn't it?
as yeah,
It's
as
been a roller coaster because we've gone through everything. And what I mean is about everything from, as you said, history to just about fucking UFOs. And good job, Johan isn't with us. So I hope he's all right because we haven't heard from him, have we?
could be travelling again, couldn't he?
Yeah, but he was travelling to, I don't know, fucking India's a big place, isn't it?
Yes. Yeah,
But
yeah,
I hope he's all right, you know what I mean?
yeah.
You know, when they travel and that, because Johan is like the rest of them are lovely people. Just lovely people.
Yes.
I just hope he's okay anyway. It's like Toscana and Bella, you know, they had, I've gone all blurry, they had operations and we were worried. It's like uh, um, the Scottish Bear,
Yeah.
you know, and we know what was wrong with him and we just haven't heard at all. And it's so sad.
So we just it's again it's all I think. We hope that they're generally well or on the some things take a lot longer.
Yes,
Over, you know, you and I have both been through that kind of stuff, and we just wish all of our chatters the very best. Because a pound note in your pocket is not worth anything. The thing that drives us is health and good friends and
that's
to
right. Yeah.
something, something.
You know, I know this might sound mad, but you know, they're all the people on here who we chat to. I just love to meet them
Yeah, yeah,
personally. You know, I just love to meet them
yeah,
because they're all genuine. They're genuine people,
yeah.
and they come out with some fantastic comments. It's just like this. Actually, and he says, "Imagine a name like Reg Dwight."
Yes.
Could you imagine someone coming on stage in a fucking big, you know, with them big glasses and a mad suit on and playing Saturday, Saturday?
That's the great irony of that actually is you're going to change your name to Reg White, so you change it to Dean Martin. You don't
Oh,
change it to Elton John.
yeah.
Sounds like the brand of a toilet.
It does, doesn't it? Little Elton with his little wig on.
But that's only my humble opinion. You know. And I love him, by the way. I love his music. But
Yeah, I do. You know, I always remember them when Jaws came out. You know, when Jaws first came
yeah,
out,
yeah,
and they were interviewing him on his. I think he lived in Miami or somewhere, and he had the beach. You know, he's on the front, beautiful, and he's sitting on the balcony. You know, and he was being interviewed, and the interviewer said, do you ever go and have a swim, of a morning? And he went, have you seen Jaws? All he said,
He's got a great sense of humour as well.
have you fucking seen Jaws? And the ad says, Frank, what's a pasta meal like in your house? I'd like a dinner. I make a fantastic bolognese. I make a family recipe as well. And my family recipe is, uh, it's incredible. It's incredible. And it's with a cut of the cheapest meat you can buy. And then you saute it. And then you make your sauce. And you put it in. And you leave it for an hour and a half, simmering away. And you add a little bit of sugar, just a little bit. And when you add that sugar, it takes all the bitterness away. And that's our family recipe. It's a fantastic recipe, and I love it. Frank, I'm coming up to Liverpool for the Burnley and Newcastle games in the next couple of weeks. Do you want to come and visit me, Ashley? Because the only thing I can suggest, it's like a lady who wants to. I've gone blurry again. It's a lady who wants to. She's writing an autobiography, and she's putting me in it. And she got through to the description in in our thing. You can send an email, and Jason will send it on to me, and I can get hold of you, and I can give you my details how to get hold of me. And if you want to come and visit, no problem. I'll give you my address, and you can come and visit me when you come up. No problem. Be nice to see you and have a cup of tea, coffee. So let me know if you want to come up and visit now before we finish. There'll be no problem. So it's been an eventful evening.
It has. It has. Yeah. Yeah. That's been eventful. I mean, we got plans to bring in some more features along our journey.
Oh yeah, absolutely. We've got that page to do.
Yeah. And literature will always be part of it.
You can walk, Ashley. How far are you from Anfield? You can walk there. And if you're driving up, there's a car park where I live. And you'll be able to park there and just walk up. If you can walk, that is. Unfortunately, I can't walk anymore. Kill me to walk. But you can just walk up. I'll just show you where to go. And you'll just see the crowds going. Just follow them. And you'll be in Anfield. And all you've got to do is just follow the thing back. And if you get lost, you won't get lost, but you can phone me up and say, Frank, I'm in such a place. Whereabouts are you? We'll just keep walking down. Don't worry. And you'll come to where I live and you'll go, okay. No problem. So send an email. Send an email to, even if you get a train or a coach, just come and see me. And as I said, you can walk up. Honestly, you can walk up. Ashley, walk to the game. Because you see crowds walking up there. Because how far do I live from Scotland Road, Anthony?
Not far, Frank. Not far at all.
And once you get to Scotland Road, you just see the crowds walking up. in the red and white, and you just follow them.
Yeah. You'll hear the singing before you see the crowd.
What? What was that?
You'll hear the singing before you see the
Oh
crowd.
yeah, you certainly do. You certainly do. So, be good to see you. I'm coming up on the official supporters branch from Bristol. All right, okay. Fucking hell, don't bring all them, you know. Bring a couple of, a couple of mates, like you'll be all right. No problem. And you just won't get lost. Hang on. I'm coming up on the official supporters branch from Bristol. So are you driving up? And Ashley, are you driving up? Are you in a car? Or you're on a coach or what? Because as I said, you can park on my car park. I have a car park where I live, you see, a big car park where the residents there. But you'll be all right. Where you'll be able to see your car or whatever from my place, and it's safe as well. You'll be okay. And as I said, you'll be able to walk up there, no problem. Because it's not far, is it, Anthony? Anfield from me.
No. Not far.
I think, tonight, Anthony, it's been one of those shows where everything went. You know what I mean? What I mean is, we talked about history. We talked about we've got to do the purge, haven't we?
Yes.
That's a muster. We've got to talk about the purge because, as I said, there's hardly anything mentioned. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, I totally agree, Frank. And I so look forward to that as well. My angle on that is that I generally want to hear how extreme it was in England. But I'm aware of what we talked about before and in the past shows about what it did to Ireland.
Shakespeare, again.
Yes.
And you've got to we have to bring Shakespeare into it.
Yeah.
Because people don't realise what Shakespeare wrote. He was an incredible man. And he was mentioning about everything. So about the page, we mentioned what Shakespeare was saying in his plays. That led up to this 1605 gunpowder plot.
Yeah.
It was incredible. People think they know about the gunpowder plot, and I'm sorry to say, they don't. They certainly don't. Because of the propaganda. I'm sorry, go on.
I didn't until you first did that.
So, you have to bring all that in. This is coming to the ramifications of what I mentioned before, from the page. Yeah. Then there was ramifications 100 years later.
Yeah.
100 years later.
Yeah.
Because don't forget, seeds are always sown.
And propaganda is always believed. Not always believed, but there's
you're right. It is fucking believed. This is why every Friday I come out like tonight. All right, I went off I took off on a little rant about Venezuela. But you don't hear these things. And it's been going on for years in this bloody country of ours. I reckon you two are great. You, this man, think respect. Oh, thank you, Archie. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. No, on a coach, I will come. I will be on my own. Bring a mate if you want. That's no problem. A couple of mates, just come and visit me. Cup of tea, cup of coffee, whatever you want, and you can just get up to the match. No problem. And then when you come for the next match, you know where I live. Just come and visit me, because you'll have me details. You'll have my phone number. And the Ash says, the first time I seen you, Frank, on YouTube was in a program, Scouse or English.
Yeah. Really?
Yeah, and this is what it's all about, Ashley. This is what it's all about. This is why we don't give a toss about. That's another thing about Hillsborough. It's just shocking. It's shocking. And what the government did and the cover up, and Theresa Gorman, what she said, a Tory MP, when she said, I want to build a wall around Liverpool to show future generations how they lived. Think about that, Ashley. And they want us to stand up and, sorry, no. And Archie says, good show. Thank you, Archie. Half a Scouser he is. His mum's a Scouser.
That's a good name for a book author, Arthur Scouse.
Do you know what? I was looking for as well? And I've got it here. I've actually got, and it mentions our name, our family name, my family. Scousology.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And you see, uncle, he was a boxer.
Yeah.
And I have got it somewhere, I've got them fucking books for you as well. You'll be amazed up at the books I'm giving you, though. Especially your girls.
Yeah, they will.
Especially your girls.
Yeah.
I don't know where to put them. They're here somewhere. But you'll be amazed up at them as well. And as it says about those short stories, you'll be absolutely delighted. Well, Lainey will, and the girls will.
Yeah.
The girls will.
She will. Yeah. All the names you mentioned are just craftsmen. The solid gold.
Yes. Yes. So on that note, Ashley, get hold of send an email to the description, and Jason, the producer at the show, will pass it on, just like that lady who wants to mention me in her autobiography. She got hold of me through that way, and I mentioned, and I looked at it today, and I answered her. I could have her email back off her by now, if you know what I mean. Fancy me getting mentioned in an autobiography? Yeah, Anthony, I've got to send you that email. I'll get Jason to send that email to you, because you'll be made up. I'm not saying be made up, lad, but I'm just saying where I am on the podium on a little stage, and there's art around me. She's an artist, Anthony. I can't even pronounce her name. It's a Polish name, definitely a Polish name. And you might know it. You just might know it. I don't know. If I can't pronounce the name, I'm not saying, I don't think you'll be able to pronounce the name. It's one of these things, you know, with all the consonants and
Yeah.
one or two vowels, and that's it.
Well, if it's anything like Reg White, I can get as far as that.
There you go. Or Freddie Mercury, Freddie Bulsara. What was his name? Something Bulsara, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, suppose that. Yeah, yeah,
Some mad name.
yeah.
And you know what? Someone said to her, I think it was Brian May, he said, why don't you get your teeth straightened? And you know what the dentist said to him? You know, when he went, could you, do something with teeth? The way you're fucking looking at me. So, can you do something with these? And do you know what the dentist said to him? Hey, he went, fuck off, I'm a fucking dad. Get that here, little lammy. No, the dentist said, the way you sing now, you will sound different.
Yeah.
That's what he said. So he never got it done.
Yeah. No.
Brian May.
A very, very intelligent man.
Hey,
I only saw the snippet today. I've got to follow it up. But that Laura Koonsberg tried to do him under. So you celebrities know nothing about
oh,
the
do you mean Brian May? Yeah, he's like me. He's a PhD. Yeah,
and he put it back in their box
he's brilliant.
very quietly.
Yeah. But I think he got a doctorate. I think he was presented with it. But, you know, nevertheless, he's still a very intelligent man.
Yes, that's what he was studying. They were all studying at university.
Oh, yeah.
And that's why I think Freddie was in Liverpool. He was studying.
Well, you've only got to look at the Monty Python lads. Eric
Yes.
Idle, they were all at Cambridge.
Yeah.
Incredible.
Yeah.
Because they were in the Cambridge spotlights, weren't they?
Yeah.
Just mad fellas. But very, very intelligent.
Yeah.
Every one of them.
Yes.
And the ad says, be a good stage name, Arthur Scouse. Love you both. Arthur Scouse.
Well, actually, yeah.
So listen, mister, I'll be speaking to you. Try and give me a ring tomorrow.
Yeah.
Sometime.
Yeah. What time are you on? You're on at 7 o'clock tomorrow night.
7, yeah. So if you ring me around 4, 5, if that's okay.
If that's good for you, Frank, that's good for me, yeah. Yeah.
And we'll have a chat, eh?
We'll have a
I
chat.
loved our chat last night, by the way.
Yeah, me too. Me too.
Honestly, it didn't have put me at ease. And
Me too. You know what I'm struggling with at the moment? Is this anger. I just feel angry.
So do I. It's over this fucking Venezuela as well.
Absolutely. And America and what they've done. And it just, nothing else seems to make sense. So it's just.
Starman, what he said to that Laura Koonsberg.
Yes.
Oh, I've got to get the full picture. What fucking full picture?
He's got
banana.
They have got to correct that within days, or the Labour Party is gone down.
Oh, it's finished. It's finished. Yeah. It's in disarray. And do you know what the frighteningest thing is, Anthony? Farage.
Yeah.
And the way things are going, he's going to become our Prime Minister.
He's just he's a fucking piece of scum.
I swear.
Gives the people what.
Yeah, of course he does.
Want.
And do you know what it's like as well? It's like Trump.
Yes.
Trump came out and said, I'm a peaceman. and people felt. I did. I
I,
did. I said, you've got to give this fella a fucking chance.
I'd read
He
some
wants to
stuff
bring
from.
peace.
I didn't. I was wary of him in the beginning. Then when his niece wrote the book, oh wow!
But the point is, you see, he started and he's escalating the war against Ukraine. He called fucking Putin a divvy yesterday or the day before. Putin, I'll tell you right now, if Putin stepped down, there's another fella there called Dmitry Medvedev. Dmitry Medvedev is a hardliner, and he actually said, I'd flatten it, and it would be flattened. I'm telling you now, the whole of Ukraine would be flattened, and no one could do anything about it. Nobody. And yet, they're saying about Putin, he's a moderate. He doesn't want to injure. I know that people think that loads of civilians when he goes, with drones and fucking bombs and everything, he just all military targets. He doesn't hit houses or hospitals or anything, to the contrary of what people are reading and listening to. He just goes after military targets. And yet, the likes of Zelensky and those bums, they go after anybody, civilians. It's been proved. I've got the footage.
And again, not too far across the globe, where's all the military bases in Palestine?
I've got to show you this before I fucking go. Honest to God. I've got to show you this. People think, oh, but just let me show you this, people. Please. Right. There's the first one. And this is what Israel wants. Oh, Israel's a tiny little fucking place. That's what they want. And Egypt, everywhere, Syria, you fucking name it, Iraq, and it is all enveloped in that little red thing there. And they're buying up Cyprus. Think about that. Right? So, just bear with me on this one. Just bear with me, people. Just bear with me. I'm sorry about this again. Oh, fuck. Every time I'm fucking looking at this, I try to get out. Oh, God. Can't find it. Can't bloody find it. I'm stupid. Oh, we are. Got you. There's there's more or less the world.
Yes.
And that's where all the USA is invaded on one map. And you've got to add now, which is there, see South America, where you see the red, well, just to the right now is Venezuela, so that goes red as well. That's what the USA have invaded. All those countries. And there's a map which shows where NATO is. They're everywhere. NATO is everywhere. And it's shocking. It's shocking. And I just feel so sorry for the people. Venezuela.
Yeah.
Actually, it's going to be made up with this photograph here. Freddie Mercury with that Francine with me
Fred-
white shoes on.
Yeah, that's a beautiful photo. And Freddie's got a touch of Al Pacino in him there.
Do you know what? My mate's sister, she says, you've always reminded me of Al Pacino, you know. I said, am I?
Yeah.
Strange that, isn't it?
Yeah.
I
I bought,
thought,
I bought his book a couple of weeks ago, but I've not read it yet. Sonny Boy.
oh, go away, have you?
Yeah. On a download thing. Yeah. But I've not read it. I've got myself a few books, but you know.
Can I read you something? It's only a thing. It was, they found a statue and there's only 5 left there. There was only 5 made in Paris. And it was the Sacred Heart of Jesus. And there's one left in the Vatican. There's another left in the Notre Dame, Paris.
Yeah.
And we've got the other one here. Because when they were made, one went to a nunnery in Paris and they were then transferred to Liverpool, England, right?
Yeah.
So anyway, they brought the statue over. And, you know, the Sacred Heart of Jesus.
Brilliant.
And anyway, this fella found it. It was in a dump, you know, a dumpster, you know, a tip, whatever the fucking skip.
Yeah.
And he got us out and he fixed it up. Because he said to, you know, a church here where I live, he said, do you want it? He said, yeah. And the fella said to me, would you write something? You know, the person, you know, where I live, he got it. And he paid the fella, you know, he says, you know, you haven't done this for nothing. He gave him some money because he fixed it up. And he said to me, not the fella who fixed it up, the sculptor. It was this other fella, and he said, would you write something because we're putting something on the bottom of it about Liverpool? And I said, yeah, sure. Now, I'll read you this little thing first and foremost. And it was by a 14-year-old African who came up from a war-torn, I think it was Somalia. I think it was Somalia, you know, where it was war-torn, fucking Americans again in there. And he wrote this. He said, Jesus, an infant, you fled to Egypt with your mother Mary and Joseph. You were a vulnerable family in a foreign land looking for shelter and sustenance. Help us to welcome those like you who cross our borders today. Give us hearts of compassion, humane response, and laws that respect the dignity of all immigrants. Amen. That was by a 14-year-old African.
That's just beyond beautiful. Wow.
Because it's on like a little plinth at the bottom. It's like a book, you know. I'll show you the statue in a moment. And they asked me to write. And I said, yes, sure, you know, no problem. And hang on, let's see. And I wrote, this is a quote what I started off with. Man is born free, however, he is everywhere in chains. Jean-Jacques Rousseau said that. Right?
Yeah.
And here's what I wrote. The influx of migrants into the city of Liverpool has been ongoing for centuries, with a mixture of different cultures and ethnicity. Migrants who fled their countries of origin, whether through forced exile, expulsion, beliefs, hunger, and wars. Liverpool has welcomed each migrant with open arms, inviting them to share a quality of life and to live under one roof in peace and harmony. Migrants brought with them their skills, music, cuisine, variety, and colour. That's what I wrote.
Beautiful and bang on right.
And then it's sad that we mentioned that Farage.
We won't mention him again, but he's a starer that would break that up.
Yes. Yes. And Ashley says, surely the Democrats in the US won't like what Trump is doing. But they're warmongers. They were poking the bear, Ashley. They were poking the bear, Russia. Now what they're poking is the dragon. That's China. And also the elephant, which is India.
Yeah.
That's who they're poking. Now, you might think India is a powerful country. They're a powerful military country. And they're nuclear. They've got a nuclear arsenal. It's the way it is, Ashley. And Ashley says, Black Hawk Down, American thought it was going to be easy because they had all the military equipment, but didn't fare well for them. That's spot on now, Ashley. You're a good man, and so is our Ashley here. Ashley. Frank Valenti, the Liverpool Mafia, and Tony with the meatballs for the sauce.
Frank's Kitchen.
Frank's Kitchen. Anthony, we'll finish on this. It's been great.
Yeah, that's been great, Frank. I've loved it. Thank you. And thank you.
Thank you, mate, because we do this together. And, you know, we speak about it. We even went, we spoke about Da Vinci. We spoke about, you know, the great visionary of writers, you know, the time machine and whatever, HG. You know, think about it. Think about it. We mentioned the lovely Brontes.
Yeah, yeah. And our debt is always there to Mr. Dickens.
I think that's a great thing to finish on what you said. Great debt to Dickens and a great debt to Shakespeare.
And truth be known, Frank, all of them, isn't it? The people that inspired us, thank you to all of them.
Yeah.
The
word masters. Even the word masters on our, where I'm pointing now is all the comments. The word masters there. And that's what they are, the word masters.
Yeah.
And we just read them out, we discuss them, we just, don't we?
Yeah.
And use quotes as well. Wonderful quotes.
Yeah.
You know, you've got to understand, well, not you, People have to understand about what we try to talk about, especially our literature, the history of literature, and our little piece of history. And we will do. I'll tell you when shall we do the page? When do you want the page done? When would you say?
Um,
Because it has to be said.
if the schedule allows us 2 nights next week, then definitely one of them.
Okay.
And I will leave it up to. Well, we'll talk to Jason, and if there's anything we need to
I'll
bounce
tell you
up.
when we'll do it then. This fucking football has got. It's all over the place, isn't it? I don't know whether Liverpool will be playing. They're playing Thursday. They might be playing Monday as well. I just don't know. But we'll have a look. Whatever Liverpool are not playing, we'll have it on that night. Is that fair enough with you?
That's great with me, Frank. Yeah,
So it'll be next week sometime.
yeah.
Great. Absolutely great. And we put our lads and girls to right.
Yeah.
I know it sounds wrong, like, what I've just said, put them to right. All as I'm saying is they'll get a different version from what they think.
Yeah.
Because the page goes right up from 1534 right up. And then the ramifications of it.
Yeah.
And then one of the ramifications, believe it or not, is when I mentioned about Blair. He was converting to Catholicism, and he said, no, you can't become Prime Minister. So he couldn't convert until he stopped being Prime Minister, which he did. Then he converted. So they're the ramifications, but there's worse than that, a lot worse about the ramifications from the 1500s to the 1600s, and it was shocking. Shocking. And the corruption, the blood, everything. So we'll do that next week, eh?
Yes.
So what we'll have to do, you and I, is have a good chat, a good chat through.
Yeah.
I don't know whether we can go through Zoom or what, but we'll go through it one way or the other. Jason will set it up, and we'll be talking like this.
Well, yeah, we might be able to do this with the three of us on, but then give ourselves a day to go and get material of what we
You're not
need.
talking Jason, are you? The three of us.
Uh,
Jason's, you know what he's like every day.
He's everywhere. Well, it might be you and I, and then I'll kind of acquire some material.
Yeah.
So
Oh no, Jason will as well.
Jason will package it for us.
Yeah, I've got.
It'll be good.
I've
Do
got
it on a
stuff.
night. Yeah.
I've
Do it
got.
on a night when Jason's with us.
Yeah.
Well, whatever night we can do it. I'm well happy to do it.
And they actually says bricks. Frank is all about the money. Well, bricks. You take the K out of that, by the way, because bricks is Brazil. Yeah.
Yeah.
Russia, India, China, and Slovakia. So, and lots and lots of countries, especially now with what Venezuela, with the stupid Americans, they'll bring in now the South American countries who want to join. They'll want to join BRICS. And you'll have all the global South who want to join as well, to join BRICS. And then it'll just be like NATO. NATO's finished. NATO's a spent force because, if you think that they've been dormant while the Ukraine war was going on, no, they've been fighting the Russians and they've been getting slaughtered every day. NATO. They're a spent force. So if anyone goes into any BRICS countries, bang, that'll be the end of it. They'll never do it. Right, so Anthony, I love you. Love to Laney. Love to everyone. And we'll speak tomorrow.
Yeah.
If it's okay.
Well,
Can you do some research, please, Anthony? If you're doing, if it's too dark, because you like natural light, don't you?
Yeah, we're getting there. But no, yeah, I will happily. You put me on you light the fuse, and I'm on it.
And just get some info about. Just say, I tell you what to do from 1534. It won't be called a page, by the way. There's a thing called the pursuivants, and they were like the Gestapo. They were like the Nazis when they were going in, destroying everything with the Jews during the 30s. They were horrible, right? So they were just like them. I put them in parallel to them. You'll be able to get something anyway. I'll tell you what I'll do here before you start. Just on it. When I talk tomorrow, I'll have a look at something here. And I'll ask you to go and research it. How's that?
That's fab. That's great.
Okay, so I'll speak to you tomorrow, eh?
Yeah.
Thank you, people, for keeping Anthony and myself company. Hope you've all enjoyed it. Which I think you will because you've stayed with us. And thank you so much. And we're doing a football show tomorrow, pre-match. And on Thursday, I'll be doing the watch along. Thank you so much, people. Love to you all.
Yeah. Good night from us. Thank you.
Do you know how long we've been on? 3 hours. 4 hours.
4 hours. Get away. That's our record so far, isn't it?
4 bloody hours. Forget that.
Jason couldn't have stayed with us for the whole show.
Yeah.
He's up in another 4 hours.
He'll be in bed now.
Yeah.
He'll be in bed, Jay. But anyway, I'll speak to you tomorrow. Okay.
All right, chump.
Good night, everybody. Good night.
Good night, all.
And I'll see you all tomorrow night. Well, not all, but I'll see most of you tomorrow on the football show. Good night, everybody. Good night, Anthony.
Good night, Frank.